Yeah, I hope you do see the days. I hope you understand. No hard feelings, right? It's line 3. Line 1. I don't see... Testing 1, 2, 3. So I'm definitely getting... Oh, there we go. So how would that one? Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay, so that's coming from that guy, and I can't turn that up. So the only way for me to turn that up would be to turn down to musics. Okay. So we had some complaints yesterday regarding TS audio being really low. I didn't actually check out the VOD, unfortunately, or I didn't check out the audio recording. Essentially, every time I've heard it, it's fine, but we've had a number of people complaining, especially when, let's say, TikTok was talking or when Darwin got on about the TS audio for the live stream. So I don't know really how bad it was, or if it was just, kind of isolated cases, but it's something I've always had kind of an issue with the stream audio for my stream being low in comparison to other streams. So we'll play with it. Okay, well, today's a good day. I was told by Fintaru that we're gonna potentially have a lot of really cool content, given that there's a lot of bigger ship stuff going on, which is cool. It's definitely good. The only thing I'm not sure about is if it's too much bigger ship stuff. So there's a lot of, say, small gangs running around with Logi. Running around solo-like is going to be fairly difficult. How's it going, Warzel? Get that you heard represent right now. What to do. I've really been digging this Myrmidon. It's hard for me not to jump right onto the Myrmidon hype train, but I do have these Brutix Navy issues that really do need to die. So I think I might run around with these guys for a bit. See if I can do them the service of getting exploded. So I think we're just going to start off with Brutix Navy issues tonight, get a little bit of insurance money back, and run from there. So let's do that. Let's do a little bit of British Navy issue action. You know what? I don't know if I want to run around Lynx for this. Lynx would definitely help out a lot for the British Navy issue, mostly for the skirmish end. Normally when I'm running around with Gang Links, lately I've been running around with a 6-link Astarte. So what this looks like is 3 armor, 2 skirmish, and then 1 info warfare link. The info warfare link is sensor integrity. It increases my lock range by quite a bit. It also makes it more difficult for me to get jammed. So, I mean, if I feel like running around with this guy, there's really no reason not to run around with a little bit of linky scouts, just for the scouting potential. That way I'm not jumping into gate camps as, say, often as I could. So I'm probably just going to run around with him. What I might do, however, is take off some of the active tanking rigs and put on other... So not rigs, warfare links, and put on other types of warfare links like, say, shield resist, that sort of thing. I don't really care that much, though. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference, so I think I'm just going to go. Now, unfortunately, I'm running around with double Brutix holes, so visually seeing which client is the correct one is actually kind of difficult if I'm not paying attention. I have to look to see which guy actually has the guns or not. It's gonna be a bit annoying. Do you insure your ships? I'm told it's a waste. So, there are a couple types of ships where insurance is considered a waste. Usually it's on frigates. Even assault ships, so there are a lot of pilots out there that don't insure their ships. And the reason for that is, even though you get money back, it's so little that people tend to not insure their ships. Tech 2 ships are often not insured. The CCP insurance used to be built based on build cost, and a lot of the build cost for Tech 2 ships was not included in the insurance calculation. So Tech 2 ships for a very long time were generally not insured. These days, they improved that calculation. They improved more of the build cost into Tech 2 ship insurance, so it's more worthwhile to do it. Essentially, when you get to cruisers and larger, you're probably going to be insuring your ships. Just about all the time. Sometimes you don't do it. So, for example, if you're in a ship that you do a lot of PvE from in an area of space you consider safe, and you don't, either you haven't lost a ship in months or you never anticipate losing your ship, people don't tend to insure their ships. For example, with my level 4 mission running ships, I virtually never get caught. It can be very many months between times I actually get caught when I'm paying attention and making sure that I'm not going to get ganked. I don't tend to insure those ships, even though the insurance payout on the battleship is very high. Shield capacity? Who gives a hoot? I don't. But pretty much insurance is never a waste, unless you don't intend on losing your ship. Insurance lasts 3 months, it lasts 90 days. So if you're doing PvP with that ship, you're probably going to lose it in 3 months. Most players are going to lose a ship in 3 months. So it's generally never a waste. Well, Toodles, there are some Jove ships that a player can fly. An example of that would be a Gnosis, but Jove ships in general are not player flyable. They're not accessible to players in this game. I started out as a Mimitar race, Sylvester, I believe is how you pronounce that. But you quickly will realize, especially with how the game has been altered and adjusted and made more accessible for new players to get into, that just because you start in one race or another doesn't mean you're locked into that race's lineup of ships for any length of time. Essentially, these days you can start off as, say, a Gallente character and start training immediately for Mimitar, Amarr, Caldari. It doesn't really matter. So starting off as one race or another doesn't lock you into that race's ships at all. It just gives you a little bit of extra starting skill points that give you more or less a couple hours advantage into flying that race's lineup of ships. Frankly, I would be more interested in how the character looks. So for your little profile picture, I'd be more interested in making my character, my in-game character, look cool than caring about the starting amount of SP that I'm going to have coming into the game from that race. How's it going, Force Master? Man, I am so looking forward to the patch that's coming, I believe, on Friday. It's going to be improving the warp speed of battle cruisers. It's a long time coming. Just that extra little 0.2 AU per second is going to be a nice little couple of seconds shaved off every single warp I take. Really appreciate that change from CCP. It's going to make roaming around in a battle cruiser much more bearable. Trying to build my PP wall, it's boring? Yeah, I know what you mean. I was doing some missioning battle last weekend, something like that. I know the feel. Sometimes I actually get in the mood to grind it out. That was one of the few instances where I felt like busting out some missions, getting a little bit of monies. How's it going, Rambo? Hey, TikTok. Stressed out. How's it going, dude? Cats love being pushed around like that on a smooth floor. It's very rare not to see that. Cats enjoying that. Polytheory, Dying Crow, how's it going, guys? Oh, we got a Finn raid! Ah! Turn on the damage control! We gotta tank this one out, boys! It's a good thing we brought a buffer, because we got a big buffer. Man. Finn is killing it today. I got home, and the guy has probably double his normal viewer count. I have no idea what's going on with that, but wow. Man, I wish I could be streaming during the European prime time, I guess. I'm thinking that's what was going on, but that's kind of mind-blowing. So huge props to him. It looked like he was killing it today, too. He's getting quite a bit of content with some pretty cool frigates. Flown in ways that most players don't normally see. I mean, Rocket, Garmer, anyone. I mean, that's something that you don't really see. So, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff in my eyes. I like the ships flown in interesting ways that can throw people off. Yeah, Rocket Garmer, definitely good ship. We might have to do a little bit of frigate combat tonight. Finn told me that there's a fair bit of bigger ship stuff going on, so we're going to be running around a Brutix Navy issue to start off. It's a ship that really needs to die. I've had it for a while. So hopefully we can get some decent engagements out of that before it dies. And then we might just end up finishing off the night with some frigate stuff. Finn has increased his viewership since the Bollywood incident, yes. Maybe. No, that must be it. Yeah. Matt Thunder, I don't know if they're the one that gave me the ship. I was given a Brutix Navy issue recently. And I have no idea what that name means. So maybe you can shed some light on that. But this one has not died yet, so we're going to do what we can to make that change. Just couldn't find a ton of fights tonight. Kind of sucked. Had some good ones with Sentinel to begin with. That was about it. Well, it's kind of how roaming goes. Especially, well, I mean, you're in a good time, pretty good time slot, but it's weekdays. And so it goes, you know. NATO Vexor. I'm curious, where's this NATO? At 200? Okay. I think that might be the same tornado I was messing with the other day. Oh, damn it. Oh no. These guys. Tornado is M3Ding away. I'm not really sure why. Is this Vexor? What? Okay, so Vexor warps off. Slicer's now going to take sentries. Does he have the time to warp? That's the real question here. Elite PvP with Link Alt Edition. I don't even need a main. I just need Link Alt to win net fights. That's the lesson here. Good fight, guys. Space Pacifist. Elite PvP Edition. Meanwhile, Tornado turning around, I think. Oh, Catalyst! Let the onslaught continue. Nope, there goes the tornado. Towards the way... Okay, so, you know, I'm really curious with this tornado. I'm pretty sure I killed him the other day. Let's check that out. Yes, I killed this tornado the other day. Let's see if we can repeat this. Unfortunately, we're not in a warp speed rigged shippy. So... I already worked, damn. Just gonna try to MJD on too hardcore girly here. Yes, it's a nice start. I did not see where the Gila went. Oh man, 2.5 AU per second warp speed. Yes, it's a whole tank Navy Brutix. We got the camo going on. I'm in Galente space, so it's very likely that people cannot see me. So I'm hoping when I land on grid, this tornado won't notice until I start shooting at him. That's the hope. It's the dream. Okay, so he's over here. That's cool. Let's tune it off. Tune it off is quite a ways. Oh, he's killing. Okay. You know, I think this is worth a shot. I hit him with an MJD the other day and I killed him. But the only way for me to get him here is to double MJD. But yeah, this is the problem I got, man. This is the problem. Whenever I have to plunk down an MJD, it feels like I have a 50% chance to force the person that's on grid to warp. Something about the MJD, people know. It is now a thing. Man, I just need to clean my mouse pad or something. Maybe the feet on my mouse are down or something. So just stick it up. Okay, that should help a little bit. So did he land on the Cis8 gate? He's on scan. I don't see him though. It's the close by safe. This is one of those few moments where I really wish I had a Oh, are you kidding me? Do I have another safe on the gate? I do. So one of the few instances I wish I had probes in Fact War space. It's not often I really wish I had probes in Fact War space. How's your money making been going lately? How do you mean? Making money in game? I mean, when I blitz level 4s, it's decent money. I haven't really calculated it out. I mean, it's always around the same LP conversion. It's anywhere from like 2.4 to 3K is per LP. When I grind it out, I don't know, it depends on how serious I am and try to make LP. It's probably anywhere from 300 million ISK an hour probably is the average amount. It's probably not great, but... Am I broke yet? I wouldn't call myself broke. I'm trying to sell stuff right now, but I don't have a lot of liquid disk right now. He knows. A couple of augers, a couple of cruisers, and maybe a BC. 7 to 8 on Maki Gate and Cis8. Mobile MGD is like a scarecrow. Well, it's gonna make me sad in a minute here that Tornado is gonna see that MGD, and he's gonna blap it with his large artillery. That little piece of me is gonna die. I was moving here. I have some court mates in here. Oh, no kidding. Alright, let's move through really quick. Oh no! I was worried there for a moment. I thought I was going to get tackled by Exodus and die a slow, painful death. Well, a little bit of Exodus coming in. There's that. Forgot who's this dude. Is that really another link alt for Exodus? It is. Okay. I'm tempted to try to bump that fucking link alt. Oh, it's like instant content. I don't know. I probably shouldn't. Let's try to get like a more conventional fight first before we spend like another hour trying to bump link alts off gates and kill them. Goodness. What are you selling? The conversion I did was into Imperial Navy Indra's adaptive nanoband brains. They're on sale in Jita. It just takes time to sell. Not really willing to sit and babysit them. I'm just gonna wait until the market takes care of things. Okay, so nothing over at Hola. So maybe some stuff going on mid-system. So let's check out what's going on mid-system before we move through. A couple of dudes suspect. Pyromaniacs. No one I really know. Ulai Federation. Unfortunately, it seems like one of the suspect dudes is in a pod. And then... okay. Do have a large up, but given that this combat's likely going to be at mediums, etc., Probably not really good for a battlecruiser to be looking for a fight. Yeah, let's move on. Anyone else like powdered donuts? Powdered donuts are awesome, dude. If what you're doing is waiting, you should have sold into Dixie. The problem with selling in, say, a Dodixie or a Ren's is that even though you can make a lot of money, one, there tends to be a lot of competition of people, you know, 0.1 isking each other, and two, you don't have anywhere near the volume. Although I will say in Dodixie, I would be able to just manage the market order with Sard and not have to worry about, say, autopiloting my alt over to Jita's, which is a boon for sure. It can be really hit and miss whether or not things sell. Combat's out in scan, alright. Cool. Neat. Hey, how's it going, man? I was trying to be subtle, but I guess it wasn't work with bald people. Flash your wallet. Oh, Jesus. What'd you do, Finn? Finn! You're not allowed to do that, man. That's all money that was given for you for the enjoyment that you're giving to other people. For you to spread that around, that's like very generous, man. Thank you. I'll find ways to use that money in a way that's very explosive. We'll convert it entirely into Federation Navy weapon fires and just go ham. I'll fin up all my fits. We'll add some. We'll add some cheaper faction modules to our ships to get some affordable PvPs. As I was hounding in about earlier today. He's talking about it. I think his faction fit Garmer at the time. He's like, well, if you want to make this cheaper, you swap this faction module for this other faction module, which is about like a half the cost, but just slightly less range. I'm like, Jesus, man. Come on. Think back to the time we were in Rifters with, like, T1 guns and meta loot that we looted off rats that we killed painstakingly over the course of an hour across the system in LowSec. Think back to those times. Okay, I'm pretty sure all of this is not going to be at the gate. So unfortunately, the normal gate campers over at the Tenlin gate, I don't think are active. Boo. Maybe at this point I should look at the map. That might be an idea. Let's make that a reality. Alright, let's get over to probably a station while we look at the map. Or Corm gates, because it's going to take us an hour and a half to get to the gate. No wonder it's so dead. Okay. Unlucky looks good. Okay, we're heading over to Golem. Golem is a thing. It is the destination. I'm pretty much plexed for money from my first days and ran missions to supplement it. Yeah. I don't think I've ever plexed for money. I don't know if I've ever done it. I think I've always just made it so I could run. I always use my Plex for a second account. I don't think I've ever done it. Okay, let's just start moving on then. Yeah, Plextra money just means purchasing a Plex, purchasing a pilot license extension, and instead of using it to add game time to your account, selling it on the in-game money market for monies for ISK. There's quite a few people that do that. Bill Clinton, I think it's Mr. Hyde. In my younger days, I'd buy a Plex and spend it all in one ship and lose it hours later. I never really could get behind that style of gameplay. My first couple of years in EVE, like I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to make money and dodging people trying to kill me while making money in hostile space. And it kind of set the tone for how I felt the game should be played, I guess. Like, kind of play within your means with how you're able to fund yourself in the game. It feels, for me, it feels like I'm taking away from my gameplay experience if I Plex my account. I guess the important part about all, for me anyway, for how I'm able to make money is I make enough money to really enjoy what I do. I mean, I'm certainly not fooling around Vindicators every day and that sort of thing. I mean, that'd be cool and all, but I'm quite happy with the T1 and kind of cheaper faction stuff that I can afford. Yeah, like 1 billion ISK every 2 to 3 days easiest. Yeah, it's making money in this game definitely feels a lot easier than it used to be. I think access to easier ISK is a lot easier than it used to be, for sure. Okay, so that guy's probably a link alt. That looks about right. We will add a contact just in case. That's all pos chunk. I'm just so sick of incursions I can't do it anymore. Yeah. I pretty much get the same way about missions. I will say the addition of burner missions has made blitzing level 4s so much more enjoyable for me. It's no longer like essentially the same thing over and over and over. Essentially, the way I run my my missions is I'll blitz a couple missions, like your normal level 4s that you do, like a Tech 3 or a battleship, however you enjoy doing your level 4s, and then from there I'll get a couple burner missions lined up, and I'll just run a whole bunch of burner missions. So I'm also, speaking of which, I'm really looking forward to the addition of the cruiser burners, just for even more interesting new stuff into the whole PvE content. The more added content that CSP gets in the game PvE wise, the better. Especially if it's challenging, interesting, different from the old paradigm of shooting crosses and not really thinking too much. You actually have to think a little bit with the way I run burners. Not a lot. not an exceptionally high amount of thinking, but there is some thought. Alright, so we have TikTok coming in. TikTok made a point recently of showing to me that he can tackle me at 16 km and laugh away my my attempts to kill him back, so I'm kind of curious how this is going to go. I wonder if he's going to choose to kill me or not, essentially. So that Phantasm can definitely solo this, Britix. It's either that or I think he's going to just go for my my links all day. We'll see. Okay, so some Caracals. Links. Oop. I see. Okay. So here comes TikTok's links on top of it all. So it looks like he's looking to move his links into Egmar. Did you jump already? Told you to jump. Oh, is that? Oh, jeez. Okay. So they also have a rook on top of everything else. All right. Yeah, not the best MDD cloak there, but kind of got the job done. Oh no! Oh, the web sling! Oh man, what a gent. I wonder if he meant to do that. I guess not. Okay, so it looks like TikTok's going to not be the gentle TikTok that I saw the other day. It's going to be a little bit frustrating to deal with. It's the sort of thing that makes me want to leave the region in a hasty manner. Manner, I should say. Manner. Okay. Who owns Poetic Stanza these days? I'm really curious about that. Sinobate. Drag that Sino out of your bumhole. Ah, jeez. Hi, that sucks. Yeah, so TikTok runs with an oversized Afterburner Phantasm with high grade snakes with skirmish links. I think he maxes out at around 8 km per sec. That's probably horribly off. I literally can't do anything about it. There's not many ships that can do anything about it. It's more of you need a bunch of friends with a lot of long range webs to deal with it. Yeah, okay, nearly 9 km per sec heated. You know, kind of fair and balanced, I think is the term TikTok likes to use. Hmm. Mr. Hyde never 1v1s? Oh, okay. That troll, though. Oh, that's what they had to do. Oh, did I already jump him? Yeah, I did. Miss bump? He may actually burn out of his taco range as well. Yep. Yeah. That flyby. You know, when you're going at like several, thousand km per second, it can be kind of hard to control that, especially if you're just trying to put it all full speed into a bump. Well, evidently it's someone's ult. It's acting like an ult. So I'm gonna assume it's an ult. Didn't actually go for bump, you just went for a flyby, right, Tomato? Just to, kind of buzz right by. Hey, K-Extreme, how's it going, man? Yes, and I Dishonored. It's absolutely what I do. I dishonor every 1v1 as possible. Just to confirm, because I always kind of forget. Yep. Okay, so I'm just not going to play around that area, if that's going to be how it's going to be. So we're just going to go over to a different war zone. And quite frankly, I do not need gang links for running a BNI. I have a second BNI I can fly around with, so we can just do that in a different war zone. Tossing a BNI into a couple of recons doesn't sound like my idea of fun. No, it's too late. You had your chance and you blew it, Tomato. It's all gone. It is all gone. So what I'm probably going to do with the Link ult here, I'll probably leave him near Eggland. I'm just going to log him off shortly here, and we might just do a single client solo roam for a bit. Also, I really want to fly around in a hookbill at some point soon, so this does give me the opportunity to consider that. But I think I do want to run around in a British Navy issue tonight. I want to try to get some fights with that. Been sitting on those for far too long. You found a Raven? Is this real life? I don't know, Hyde. I'm not sure. Where'd you find it? It might be like kind of like a desert mirage. Hours and hours of roaming. Ships may appear in an overview which are not actually there. It would be a rocket hook bill. I'm not a huge fan of LML kitey stuff. Frankly, like my limit for kitey stuff tends to be a slicer. I often find slicers kind of like the limit for kind of MBD kitey cheese. I find it cheesy. It's not really cheesy, but I do find it cheesy. Uninsured, okay. Well, thanks to Fintaro, I know I have the money to actually insure a ship, so there's that. Oh, there's that fucking... Oh, man, I want to MGD on this guy so bad. He's not even moving right now. Fuck. Oh, it's so tempting to just like head over there and MGD onto him again. Oh, do I do it though? It'd be so funny. God, it's so tempting to do. It's so tempting to attempt. What is the lock range? Oh my god. Please let me show info. What's the lock range on this guy? 68. It's about the same as a Merm. I think anyway. Yeah, it's about the same as Merm. We're gonna try it. It just takes so fucking long to get over there. God damn it. Is there a ship I have in here with warp speed rigs? Warp speed rigs would be totally worth it right now. Fuck it. We'll just go try. I mean, with my luck, TikTok's gonna like ASAP it over there. Either kill or spook the guy before I have a chance to get over there, but you know. The attempt must be made. Starred Wallet, what's up? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that then. I appreciate it. Thank you. Had we found a Raven a few days ago? It was magical. Yeah. I have a Raven. I do want to. Maybe I should fly that Raven. I have a Nanu Raven with rapid heavy launchers that we could run around in. It's more of a thing that I want to do with like a gang, like a small gang. But you escorted the Raven back to HiSec. Oh, Hyde, you're such a gentleman. Sir, you're not. It's not safe here. You have to get back. There's a gate over there. It's HiSec. It's where you should be, running level 4s in 1.0 system. Mr. Hyde, so thoughtful. It's like helping a older gentleman or older lady across the street. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of more loungy, chill kind of stuff tonight. Hope you guys enjoy it. Do I want another BNI buddy? It's up to you. I'm going to be going into Eglende here momentarily. But then it's going to be some more HiSec moving around to try to... Oh, god damn it, that guy's gone. So actually we're going to be heading right over to Glento Space. Fuck this. What kind of support do you need for Raven? Primarily tackle. It's the way I look at a battleship in a skirmishing nano fleet is essentially damage, kind of vulnerable damage, vulnerable high damage that doesn't apply well and needs help to apply. So for missiles, it's primarily going to be in the form of target painters and webifiers. So I need to slow things down and increase SIG. But essentially, the way I see how people should be approaching how to work with a battleship in their gang. Yeah, you can have it. I didn't even know I had contraband in my cargo. The way I see people trying to approach having battleships in the gang is essentially denying fast tackle to getting over to the battleship. That's all it really comes to. Phantasm or Garmer? I don't think the Garmer would help too much. Probably the Phantasm would be the way to go. You know what? Let me look at that Raven. I forgot how I had it fit. I think I have at least one warp speed rig on it. If I don't have at least one, I'm not going to fly it right now. I think this is the fit. So I have at least one. That's not too bad. We can take it out. We can try it. I don't mind. Oh shit, did I, I'm on the wrong, okay. Yeah, I'm going to do this, okay. Oh, you know what I need to do? I should dock this guy up and then go for a claymore. You can rock an EOS too? Okay, let's leave this ship over here, and we'll get into a different link boat. Because if one thing I will say about battleships is that they're one of the ships that critically, like, absolutely needs to have Ganglinks in order to be really effective in the current metagame, where it's so light ship heavy. Just for that little bit extra speed, it's really important. Unfortunately, brawly battleships don't tend to get the fights they want. Pause. Is that the one? Yeah, that's it. Oop. And honestly, I don't really mind flying this guy around, even solo. Just, I don't think it's a very good ship solo. We'll see if it works. We shall try. Let's first. Oh god, I mean the real thing here though is I really should have snakes in if I'm going to be trying this. Let's jump on this hard. Where are the snakes? That descends. How's that in 920? Shouldn't be in 920. Uh-oh. Where's my snake clone? In Nissawa. Oh, that's the way I want to go. Oh, that's where my snake clone is. Huh, alright. You know what I'm going to do, guys, for the time being? I'm going to take out a hook bill. And we'll go extract our, I guess we don't eat snakes for when we're just getting in. Okay, let's just do it like this. Earth hand. And... how's it going, Woobly? Ew! That's not what I want to do. Oh, this white elite PvP is not so elite. Oh my god. Game, please. It's like the last thing you want. And this is a slow start to the night. Do it, you punk! Thank you. Hookbill is code word for Raven? Maybe. You already killed the guy by just looking at him. This is true, Warzel. We had a fantastic start to the night. This is actually very true. So now it's just a race for Sard K to actually get more kills than the Link ult with no guns and no tackle. Link ult too good. Didn't I think electronic superiority is a good way to go. We might do that. Did Coffee die? No, Coffee's not dead. I got a really bad drug roll, so I decided to let some station camper shoot the pod. It's actually the first time I found a station camper that's willing to shoot the pod. Just about every time I try to invite someone to duel into Dixie Undock, they're like, no. Absolutely not. CSP making so skills don't train when you're not subbed. Is that still the case, or did they move that? Yeah, I think there's like a grace period of maybe 24 hours, but yeah, it will turn off your skill training when you're unsubbed. Okay. Alright, let's try that again. I think I'm actually gonna have to buy some off the market. I think crash is pretty important for what I'm trying to do here. Okay. That makes me happy. Yeah, and I do have a paint. Alright. The tank on this is so light. Gosh, this ship. I really don't think it's going to perform well, but for science, right? Why don't you have your clone in Dodixie? Because there's no clone services in Dodixie. I would love to have my medical clone in Dodixie, but that's not possible. Pretty sure you don't need a medical bed there anymore? I'm pretty sure you do. Unless, someone says otherwise. Just set home to Dodixie? I don't know how to do that. You can set a clone in a non-clone station, though. You can do it once per year. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure I've used up that ability, because I unknowingly did that. I didn't realize I spent that once per year thing. How do you get a 13 charges in ASB? That's not ASB. That's a heavy cap booster with 400s. It's all ruse. It's a hoax. Hide. I'm lying to you. Don't believe your eyes. Oh, did I insure this guy? I need money. I need to insure it. Do this? No. What am I doing? Set home station. Okay. You must be docked to perform that action. Well, I need insurance anyway. We'll do that in a moment. You can set a clone to any station now. We will try it momentarily. Once we get into a system with a station, we'll try that. So does anyone hear hype about the skin system that's going to be coming out? There's been some mixed reviews on Twitters between people I follow. Some people are complaining about the prices, other people think they're entirely reasonable. I'm in the group of players that think the permanent skin market seems entirely reasonable in cost. Okay, so there you go. It's like skin hype and no skins. Yeah, exactly. The price, though, yeah. I mean, performance issues, really? Is it really going to be a performance issue, or has that been stated as a potentiality? I can't wait to fly a Quaife Omni. Oh, you can fly it right now. Here's another question for you guys. For the Quaife edition ships that came out for, like, say, FanFest, those are temporary skins, right? Okay, here we go. What am I next to? Am I next to a planet that would slow down, or that speed up the warping? Okay, I'm not. Whatever. Quaife will be permanent. Whoa, no wonder they're so expensive. That blows my mind. Quaife will be permanent. And they're also limited edition, aren't they? Honestly, I don't really care for the Quaife skin. I'm probably going to sell those. I imagine they're going to be worth a pretty penny if they're going to be permanent in limited edition. I have the, I think I'm sitting on a Quaife Mega. I may have sold them all already, unfortunately, I guess. But I still have the Quaife Dami, the Quaife Vexer, and the Quaife Tristan. Buy a, please comment BPC. I don't think those are going to be permanent, though. Yeah, like Tomato's saying. Okay, so go into my assets, set home station. The station you're specifying is not a valid choice to your home station. You can set your home station to your current station, your school headquarters, or one of your corporate's offices. So I have to fly all the way back to do that. Okay. Well, I guess the next time we're there, we'll try to do that. Whatever. Oh, shit. Insurance. Do this. I just did that. I did the exact same thing. Do this in your current station. Why would I do that in my current station? I don't want to have my pod end up here, Tomato. I'm not going to do that. Damn it. So, do I actually have Tech 2 missiles in here? Yeah, I do. So, for 2 of my launchers, these precisions are not going to be able to load in the launchers, but they will be able to load in these launchers. Okay. Hey, Casino, how's it going, man? Man, I don't really understand this. So, occasionally whenever I'm, mouse... Okay, you see how I just tried to lock this thing? When I swapped to my different, view? Why does it do that? Why does it try to lock these gates? I'm not control clicking when that happens. I'm just hitting control and then Z or X, which is, the shortcut for, IS Boxer. So weird. If cap kills go fast, I still like to compete with you. Oh, okay, you're killing a capital ship now? Awesome. In warp, yeah. Sorry, when are you going to make a podcast? I'm actually going to be making a podcast with the High Drag guys tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be streaming. I might just be kind of sitting there eating dinner while doing it. We'll see. Quite frankly, there's a game that I supported on Kickstarter that's coming out, I think tomorrow, that I really want to play. I might actually do that either Thursday or I may even do my Friday cast doing that. It's called Kaiju A Go-Go. It's kind of like a city smash 'em up with big giant monsters. So it looks like a lot of fun. Control locks the selected item on your overview. Really? I'm hitting control. Oh! So you have to click it, and then it will try to lock it. That's really dumb to me. I don't like that at all. I don't understand why that's the case. I think it should be control plus click. But thanks for the explanation there, Rambo. I'm kind of tempted to get rid of my ability to lock on my alt. Getting rid of the control hotkey. Okay, so rapid heavy missile launchers. Not a very common weapon system, and there's a reason for it. It's because they're using heavy missiles. So, if you've ever flown the Drake in the past, then you flew it in the past before they changed heavy missiles, and then you flew it after they changed heavy missiles. I think you came to the conclusion that the Drake is now crap because it can't use heavy missiles, and the new iteration of heavy missiles suck. Heavy missiles right now have a really hard time applying. However, as far as battleship missile launchers go, as the types of missiles that battleships can use, heavy missiles are the best applying. And I shoot a lot of them very quickly. So, sort of the idea with this Raven is hope that I get good application between a web and a target painter and kill some cruisers or Desies. I'm really curious if I'd be able to even touch a frigate. I don't know. I don't have a lot of hopes for this ship. I'm not a huge fan of heavy missiles, of rapid heavy missile launchers. Mostly because of the heavy missiles. You could see there's a recent stream, I think Suetonia? I don't know if that's the proper spelling or pronunciation for his name, but he ran around in Armageddon with heavy missiles, rapid heavies. Big Miker did it recently with the Barghest. The Barghest is a really good bonus for rapid heavy launchers, and that has a damage bonus. You get more damage out of the load of missiles. So it's for every load of my rapid heavy missile launcher. So between those 35-second reloads, I get more damage out of those loads of missiles. So it's a very good bonus for that type of weapon. So it's kind of understandable to me that the Barghest would do pretty good. Then looking at the Armageddon, the primary reason the Armageddon was doing so well in those videos is 1 newt, 2 drones, not so much the heavy missiles. With missiles only, though, I do pretty good DPS. Oh, it's not even... Okay, yeah, 700 DPS without heat. So when I am shooting, I'm doing really high DPS that's going to apply fairly well to the cruiser, as long as I have, say, a web on it. You know, I think we'll just have to wait and see actually how well it applies. I really don't think this is a weapon system that you should be using alone. I feel like this is a weapon system you should be using when you have, say, a Hyena gang. Rapid Heavy's OP? Yeah, well, I guess we'll see. Was that an Obelisk in low sec? No, that was in high sec. I probably could kill a T1 frigate in that if he has his MWD running. I don't know about that. Maybe if he wasn't paying attention. Maybe if I got a heavy newt cycle on him or something. They're the best until you hit the reload cycle. That's definitely the case with Rapid Lights. Much different to heavy missiles. Light missiles actually apply very well to the type of target they're designed for against frigates. Heavy missiles don't really apply all that well to cruisers. Not without a lot of help, anyway. Okay, so nothing really going on in Hades. Oh, what's going on the map over here? I imagine it's going to be fairly quiet. This region tends to be fairly quiet in the US prime time. That's not the way I want to go. I want to go that way. Okay, we're going to be heading, I guess, towards Tama. Tama. Oh, wait, no. We didn't want to go towards... We want to go, We want to pick up our snakes. Our snakes in the pain. And a system. So I guess we're going to Daboom. Okay. Yeah, I'm running a Claymore, 6-link Claymore. I actually pronounced it right, Suetonia. Oh my goodness, well, that's something else. Is this solo battleship? Oh, I'm alone. It's a single player, but I'm multi-boxing. So it's solo if you think solo is a single player. I'm just running two clients. So I'm going to gang with myself, and I'm running gang links. Here he's being pushed, so you might find a bunch of guys there. Oh, okay. A Caracal? What's Caracal doing? Is he fucking autopiloting? I think he's autopiloting. Oh, he's locking me up. What? State your purpose. Okay. Well, it's definitely one way to approach battleships, just do anti-piracy. Again, the Link alt taking all the glory. He tells me this guy wants me to send him home. I got you, dude. I got you, Alex. He was brave. It's definitely something alright. Two exclusive Link alt? It's one way to look at it. I was probably hoping I was writing, but this is entirely possible. So what's my speed without the links? 1.2 without snakes. Okay. I think it's going to jump up to about 1.35, something like that with snakes. Stop it, Serpentis! Stop it! The pain. I don't know, War as Hell. Mr. Hyde just bumped into Raven earlier in the cast. He escorted it back to high sec, so it may have been a mistake. It probably was a mistake. But I do love me some Ravens. It is one of my favorite ships in the game, for sure. How well do I think this fit would work with no links? Very poorly. It's virtually no tank to it. It's supposed to be nano. But flying about 1.2k per sec without snakes, without heat, on a battleship is not nano today. It's not speedy. So it would not perform very well. So if I was to run around without solo, without links, without all that stuff, I would not fly as a nano fitting. I would fly as a brawling fit. So I would embrace my slowness and make it more tanky. Yeah, how's it going, Hyde? Did you find another Raven? Okay, so I need to figure out where... Oh, wait, I was told that Hiri has some stuff going on. So I guess we'll go over to Hiri once I swap over to my implanted clone. Yeah, the decloaking sound. There really should be a slider for it. It's so loud. So frustrating. Like, I have my audio turned way down pretty much just because of that one sound, and it doesn't really help at all. 200mm Raven? How do you mean, Mad Thunder? So we'll take a peek in with Alt. You can do it. You can do it. I click buttons. I guess I didn't click them. Hit to pause. Hit the jump. We got snakes on a Raven now. Oh dear. 200mm Tempest. What does that mean? I don't. What? Did you like mess up and put it on the wrong size plate or something? What does 200mm mean? Oh, autocannons, small guns. Gotcha. No, I'm using battleship size guns. Yeah, it's only by chance that recently I saw that video of a Hyde running around in a small gun Tempest. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I just recently saw that, like a couple days ago. Gotcha. Oh well, I guess the push is done. No one in here. Okay, well I guess we'll head over to what's the map say? What map say? It says Kadama is okay. And it says Pine Coast and stuff is pretty good. So well, I guess we'll head in this direction. Which fortunately isn't good for the direction we're already going. Rip OPSEC? What? It's like you know what I'm doing, because I'm in my small laser rogue right now. Oh god, yes, laser rogue. Oh man, I miss me the day. Oh, what was his name? Who was the dude that loved to fly around in laser froxes way back in the day? He made a whole bunch of videos, and it was super chill, loungy type of music, like kind of like similar to what I'm playing right now. What was that guy's name? Fuck, he just came back to the game kind of recently as well. Damn it. Is my... Yeah, it's plugged in. Hold on, let's check this out. Let's see, Eve. Alternative, no. Where is it? I have no idea. Where is it? It's under this. I should have a whole bunch of them, like one after the other. Getsufun! But who's the guy that did it? Shut up. I can't remember the guy's name. Let me see the name. He's fighting too many people. It's not fair. Knees Now. That was the guy's name. Knees Now. Name lost in history, lost in time and space. I'm sure. Dude, the Getsufun videos are some of my favorite EPP videos of all times. Great pacing, great fights, like a little bit of backstory to some of them. Some really cool alternative style ships. Great variety. Oh my god. It had everything. Such nostalgia. Yeah, I just want to like kind of play it right now. I don't want to stream, I just want to play those videos for you guys so you can understand what belt piracy and stuff used to actually mean in this game. There actually used to be these people called anti-pirates that roam around Lowsec and shoot pirates that would camp gates and find people, like, kill people in belts and stuff. Oh my gosh, those days. Those were the days. And the music was good too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you should do a search on e-files. You can probably find a whole bunch of them if you don't already have them hide. Now I know how you feel sometimes. How do you mean by that, Fintar? What do you mean? Von Ravenhart? No, he did missile stuff. And he didn't have a lot of variety to the type of ships he flew. What are they called again? It's Getsu Fun. So, Getsu Fun. They might be on YouTube. I'm not really sure. I have them all on my hard drive, little remote hard drive thing. Just want to fly around and play music and have fun with that. Okay, I mean it's kind of what I'm doing right now. Finn, let's be fair. Okay, so Nimalia always has a bunch of activity, but it actually seems like... Oh, Snuff is doing stuff in here. Rutro. Alright, so I'm not as interested as I once was in those suspects. So I guess we'll go directly to Akadagi. So what's my speed with MWD now without links? 1.475. That's actually fairly respectable. And that's with mid-grade snakes. That's pretty good. It's not fast, but it's like a slow cruiser. Okay, what's the high-sec Ikora, I think? Yeah, get locked, Ikora Gate. You know, I mean business. So, running around, this is one of the reasons why I feel that running around in Battleship, and especially in low sec, is more of a gang activity. When I'm alone, really the only places I'm going to get a fight in a Battleship are going to be on Stargates or on the outside of Plexes. It's very rare to... It's not rare, but I would say probably 2/3 of fights occur in Plexes, not on the outside of Plexes. That's not so much true for gang combat. A lot of gang combat occurs on the outside of a complex. So, the battleships are already at kind of a disadvantage for getting fights, especially if I'm being very specific, very, very choosy about the types of fights that I want to get. Because I'm pretty much at the mercy of whatever I bumble into, and I can't really choose too much. I can choose to engage it or not engage it, versus, say, running around in a Dramiel like, say, Finn, and burning away from a gang and then trying to spread out a gang. This battleship is... It's moderately fast links. Like, if I turn my links on, I'm going to be going like 1.86, which is, you know, pretty fast, but it's not really that fast. Like, a frigate will run me down very quickly. And I don't have much ability to deal with the frigate. Okay, so the high-sec gate... I think this is all POS junk. Not gonna die. Sweepable may not be POS junk. Already scouted that. I don't really know if I can do anything to a Sweepable. I'm actually very curious about that. Ah, jeez. But I think for the moment I'm gonna go over to Ikora. I might actually have some drugs there, which would be good. Then I'm going to reassess my roam path here. I think I'm going to head towards Okamon, and then move into Tama area and kind of go that direction. Oh, Mr. Hyde, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, Getsufu 9. They're all pretty good. Starting them in any particular order isn't all that important. I have number 8, number 9, number 10, number 7. I don't have any of the earlier ones, unfortunately. You can probably find a lot of those on e-files. E-files is a great place to find old stuff. If he's active tanked and a decent pilot, he could solo you. Well, I do have a heavy nuke. I do have a web. I do have some drones. I don't know. We can try. You're absolutely right though. I think a Seeple would be able to solo me, but who knows, right? Maybe it's a bad pilot without links and without pirate implants and things and stuff. Oh, you want shorter? Oh, that was shorter? Whatever. Whatever, man. Bloop. Bloop. Okay, so do I have drugs here? I think I might. I know I bought a whole bunch recently. Well, not recently, but I bought a whole bunch off of Tyrion Biohazard. It's another streamer. Drop, exile, no crash, huh? Shit. Is there any on market? There's a good market here. Damn. That's okay. I can wreck a Seeple. You think so? Maybe. Okay, here's a question for the guys that do a lot of YouTube content. I don't know if anyone here does a lot of PvP highlight videos, but I noticed that most PvP highlight videos have music to them, and on YouTube. I'm talking about YouTube right now. So, how do all these PvP videos have their music without getting muted by YouTube for copyright violation? Are you telling me that all that music that people are using is copyright free, or how do they get around that? I'm really curious about this. Because like whenever I think about it, like most PP videos these days are hosted on YouTube. They tend to use I'm pretty sure a bunch of copyrighted music, but I never hear them muted. It's non-copyright music. Oh, really? So like for example, the latest video put out by Big Miker, that's all copyright free. Okay, so in my channel, it's not monetized, so I just acknowledge the third-party content in the menu, and it plays fine. How does that work? I mean, mine's not monetized either. No, I'm pretty sure it definitely does care, GTY. From last time I tried playing with it on YouTube, you had to sign your life away for the audio to be played. There are very few publishers that outright suppress your video in certain countries. I had it happen very high regularity for my streams when I was playing music and just uploading that content. It was like 50-50. But then again, I mean, over the course of 4 hours, there's probably going to hit a whole bunch of different publishers. I think as long as you don't monetize the video, it's fine. At least it has been for me. Okay, they're not getting caught or using non-copyright music. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I tried using a bunch of copyright-free music for Twitch. Like the first night of doing it, my music got flagged. I was playing hip hop, and there's like a heavy sampling in hip hop, so I'm assuming the sampling is what flagged it, like the heavy use of sampling. So I mean, those systems aren't perfect, that's for sure, and I really don't want to sign my life away every time that happens. So, yeah. I got in check marks for copyrighted music on a video uploaded a while ago. Twitch is way worse. Yeah, I do know that. I'm pretty sure it's because YouTube has the rights to, or they purchased rights to a lot of music. I'm pretty sure that's the case in comparison to Twitch. It took a while for it to get a mark though. Oh, okay. Check your settings, man. I have music on my videos, and only one has ever given me issues in some countries. Okay. I can do that right now. We're not really doing much. So YouTube, where's settings? Where do you see your channel? Channel settings. My channel. Media Manager, maybe. I want to look at maybe it's under Dashboard. How do I do my settings? I have no idea. I'm sure it's very obvious how to set your settings on YouTube, but I can't find the settings button. What YouTube does is basically use your vid to advertise the music you use. So in your description, the track will show up, and sometimes the link to Google Play to buy it, which is fine by me. Yeah, that's awesome to me. If anything, that's like kind of one of the niceties about the videos that I make is that you get some cool content, and then you get to find out about new artists and songs. It's great. I never saw the use of, say, copyrighted music in content like what we do, Mr. Hyde, as a real huge problem. But I mean, I guess I understand if you had like say 1 million views and you made a lot of money off of it. Greedy copyright holders who want to cut out that profit because their content was part of what I guess made that popular. Prophecy, Claymore, Tengu, Vexor Navy issue. Is this any of this at the large? Negative. Okay. And he jumps. Okay. It's someone that's paying attention. Damnation. Maybe later? Okay. Thanks, Mr. Hyde. It's unfortunate. I kind of wish I had the lineup for that guy. I'm pretty sure he's just cloaked off the gate waiting for me to move on because his dudes that are using the links are very likely sitting in a Plex right now. It's probably like this Vexor Navy issue or something. Mad Thunder, I can't answer that for you, man. I'm not Twitch TV. It's not as easy as we're making it out to be, though, Mad Thunder. It's not as simple as you advertise the music and it's fine. Not every copyright holder is happy with that. Yeah, so that's all like I did. Okay, am I going to Isboko? Is that the right one? I have no fucking idea. Is Coco? Is something? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Cyflid issue. Okay. He just jumped. Do I have the Tango on scan? No. Probably isn't decloaked yet. I mean, given that this guy's paying attention, he's probably realized I jumped right back into him. Or he may have just warped immediately to another gate and just, spinning another gate. I'm gonna give this a couple more seconds. And I think I'm just gonna move on. Going after a link alt that's, in a dead system where the guy's not fighting is not a really good use of my time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would. Oh, I think that's the link alt actually. What? I thought he jumped through. I'm so confused. That's the link alt. I'm so confused. I thought he jumped. This is madness. Are the implants worth using if you PvP regularly? Sure. They are fairly expensive, but they are definitely worth it if you are good at making sure your pod doesn't die. So when you're flying around in, say, low sec, I would say they're generally worth it. Oh, he warped immediately. Okay. And he warped towards this gate up here. So it makes your pod expensive. Correct. So say if you're running around in nullsec and you're losing pods often, it's not a really good idea. If you're running around in lowsec and you value the ability to get podded and go back to the system that you base out of and reship really quickly, it's not going to be worth it. So one aspect of running around at the expensive implants, let's say if you roam, like say 10 jumps away from where you're base out of and where you're going to be able to get into a new ship after you die. When you run around with the expensive implants, you now have to, say, move your pod all the way back 10 jumps back to where you base out of. Which is really crappy. It's very frustrating. It's one of the huge niceties about this game where they made medical clones free, so the only cost to losing your capsule is the cost of implants associated with that capsule. So if you're looking for a regular and fast-paced PvP, I don't really recommend expensive implants. So I'm pretty sure he warped over here, but I don't see him. So at this point, I'm just going to give up and move on. This link user has 1 today. How's it going, Bear Force 1? It's good to see you. Ah! Finn's in like the perfect shit. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. So these guys are at this medium thing. That Scythe Fleet just left. Oh, he's warping. Where's he warping? Towards gate? Okay. Alright. This is the other really frustrating part about running around in a battleship, is that if I'm warping around a system to try to locate people and try to run people down, etc., 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 it's very slow. When you look at the warp speed, it's not just like the movement between systems. It's also the fine movement of positioning that occurs within a system if you're looking at doing PvP. And the slow warp speed of a battleship compounds on itself for any time you have to do another warp, another warp, another warp. It really causes PvP to drag on. So this is an aspect of flying around in a battleship that you don't really see in, say, nullsec PvP, where you're, say, doing a defensive op and you Titan bridge onto a grid and you might warp around a couple of times, but you're not really moving around too much. It's a big issue if you're, say, running around and doing roaming on for a smaller scale PvP. It's a big reason why I would not fly this ship ever if I did not have either warp speed implants or if I did not have this hyperspatial rig. And even this, I'm still incredibly slow. I'm slower than a battlecruiser right now. Slightly slower than a battlecruiser, which is fairly painful. Get tax? What is attack? What is attack? Tactical do for my warp speed, Travis? Or is that you're addressing something else? Catgif? Okay. Was this Catgif? Ah, it's a kitten. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know where to go at this point. Let's head over to Kadama, I guess. Oh wait, Sard's in a different system. Okay, but there's nothing on the scan. All right, we're moving on. Oh, someone's talking about smart bombs. I'm new to PvP. What's the best way to keep your pod alive? I hear hitting autopilot instantly engages your warp if you have a waypoint. No, it does not. So one aspect of autopilot is that it is actually fairly slow. It can take a couple seconds to do something for you. I can show that for you in a moment here and show you what I mean. So give me a moment. I'll do it with my alt account here in the Claymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the jump command to warp myself over to the Rizado gate and jump me through the gate. So this is similar to what would happen if your autopilot was taking control of your ship. And it'll kind of help illustrate my point. Don't I have pounces on these gates? Yes. Okay, so let's watch for when it says warp drive active drops. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. Okay, so that was actually a fairly fast autopilot. That wasn't too bad. So that was about 2.5 seconds for my autopilot to jump me through that gate. Now let's see how long it takes for my battleship to jump through that gate. I'm just spamming the command right now. 1,000, 2, 1,000. A little bit, you know, as I said, that was a pretty fast autopilot. So that was about shaving off a half a second to the jump. Oh, I warped. I was afraid of that. I didn't want him to warp. Looks like these guys are off the gate, though. Ah, he's back on gate. Probably armor tanked. Yep. So one thing I really want to do, honestly, is turn off auto reload on these rapid heavies. I wanted to have explosive ammo after realizing that that Vexor was an armor tanker. So unfortunately, I'm going to have another 35-second reload here in a moment. Interesting. Okay, we'll go for that in a moment. Cyclone Onaga. Okay. So I do have to give it to rapid heavies. One thing they're definitely good at is taking down active tanks. That is something that I never really considered about them. Whenever I looked at rapid heavy missile launchers, I always looked at their lack of ability at killing buffer tanks. Like a buffer tank cruiser, you're probably not going to be able to kill it in a single reload. Or a single load of heavy missiles. Active tanks, though, especially when you couple it with a heavy nuke, oh my gosh. You're going to murder it. Trying to overheat my MJD here. Naga's on 0? What? You sir confused me. A lot of stuff I don't want to be dealing with. The Frigate Gang is not something I really want to be dealing with. So they have a Griffin, they have a Carries his mine. Maulus. I guess we could try. I might go right back into that, actually. I think I'm going to go right back into that. I think I can tank that quite effectively. We're going to try it. Oh, Finn's down already. Oh, evidently there's a Caracal as well. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is the gang. Maybe. Yeah, Caracal, Griffin, Maulus. It's a really nasty combination. My little battleship mind says don't do it. Don't leave the drones behind! Well, we'll try to rescue them. I don't really think it's a good idea. I'll try it, though. No, there's nothing there. Oh, no, there's definitely stuff there. Okay. I think I'll go in at 100, see what zooms out at me. This carries is with me, so the carries can actually get rid of some of this friggity war, depending if you can stay alive. So hopefully Demon is able to do that. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I'm really worried about frigates, though. I'm super worried about frigates, especially if I have E-War against me. You know, a couple of damps from a Maulus, a couple of jams from a Griffin, and I'm going to have a really bad time. It's already going to take me about 10 to 20 seconds to lock a frigate. So battleships innately have a very bad time dealing with frigates. Okay, it looks like Demon's doing some cool stuff here. He actually might be holding down a couple of these guys. I'm not really sure. I don't really want to be heating these. I don't really care. So do I shoot the Cyclone? That's my question right now. Or do I wait for the frigates to come in and save my ammo loads for that? My gut says to hold on to my ammo. But then again, I want precision for frigates. Oh, he warped. I done fucked up. Okay, here comes a Caracal. I'm gonna swap over to precision right now. Oh, I loaded the wrong type of ammo. Didn't realize my MVD's off. That's not good. So they're going for Demon. Demon needs to pull into me. Griffin's AB fit. This is interesting to me. Oh, there goes the Griffin. Do I have any mobile MGDs? No, I don't. Yeah. It's another thing, these rapid heavies with Tech 2, they burn through ammo so quick. Or sorry, burn through their heat so quick with that cycle time. It's pretty dangerous. Oh, that was Callus F. Oh, wow. That's actually really low amounts of Callus F for what I normally am engaging. Normally it's gangs of 10 plus. Demon's in huge trouble. Huge trouble. I think, anyway. Did I turn off auto reload? I thought I did. Well, how about that? Newsflash, Griffin, you can't jam out a battleship. They most certainly can. They actually have a really strong jam strength bonus to them. I believe it's actually Griffin's better than a battleship for jamming. Let's confirm that though. I don't want to be spreading misinformation. So Griffin has a 50% bonus jam strength. I might be wrong. Black. 50%. So same strength as a Blackbird. Not stronger, but same strength. I was thinking of a Kitsune, not a Griffin. It's just as much chance to jam out a battleship as a Blackbird, and Blackbirds, you know, they do a pretty good job. Well, how about that? Well, that was neat. I actually did a lot better against frigates than I thought I would. Oh, shit, sorry. Yep, those launchers, yeah. Unfortunately, Black Rise is really, really bad for an NPC station, so it's going to take us a little bit to get to a place where we can wrap up the launchers. Days, I mean, okay, one, these guys were all on T1 stuff. Two, I had paint web on just about everything there. Three, nothing was linked. But yeah, I can see it. I mean, it definitely applies a lot better than cruises, and that's kind of like the the thought I was thinking about giving it a shot. RHML, Rapid Heavy Missile Launcher. It's an acronym. I mean, another thing that I was going up against there, I wasn't going up against a buffer tank cruiser. So whenever I think about going up against cruisers, I have like this burning image in my head of when I was fighting an Orthrus that had 3 LCs and 3 Tech 2 extenders on it, extender rigs on it, and it had essentially battlecruiser level EHP out of it. I always think about fighting that ship, and I know that a rapid heavy missile launcher cruise raven, especially if it doesn't have good tackle, is going to have a really fucking bad time trying to kill it, that style of ship. But I mean, if you have tackle, I mean, if you have webs and you have paints, then you're going to have a lot more success than not. We'll play around with it. I did buy a couple of Ravens, so we'll be playing around with this style fitting more into the future. I will run. You'll run what? Is he moving? Yeah, he's moving. Probably not gonna be able to bump him. Oh, he's not. He's at range? No, this is a regional. It's not gonna work. Jump. Paint helps all weapon systems. That's correct. Adjusting the signature of a ship is very important. Especially if you're using large guns and you're shooting at small targets. Do paints help drones at all too? Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're running around and say, like say Galente drone boats like Vexers or Ishtars or Dominixes that use heavy weapons, heavy drones, or sentries. Target painters will help a lot with those in shooting smaller targets. Generally, Dying Crow, if you're doing a PvE Omni, it's going to be more useful to have omnidirectionals. The reason for that is you can use omnidirectionals to affect your weapon's range in addition to the application of your weapon, whereas a target painter is not going to help your drone's range. Also, you have a limited range of target painter. The normal optimal range of target painter is 45 km. And past that, you have a chance of it not even affecting the target. Sure, just don't copy, right? That's why I did a shift click, then shift drag into my cargo hold to get, there you go. You know what I should have done is bait out the fight with my Lynx and then have my ult kill the Augur. I think I might try doing that, actually. Although this is an undock and die, it's kind of an all or nothing. I think I won't do that. I had no idea you could trade bookmarks. Yeah, you can! How about that? It's crazy, huh? Oh wait, I'm in the link alt. Whoops. What's on the other side? He is being so aggressive as to lock me up. I see. Bit much for my little shipper. Looks like it was pretty much Snuff that's chasing me right now. I think that might be Rapid Withdrawal actually. Who are you with? Snuffed out. Okay. I'm suspect? I'm suspect. That's actually a problem with that Sentinel. He could attack him if he wanted to. But he did not. Oh, and they have their small bombing Proteus as well. Okay, well, I see how this is going. You know what? I really need to get my alt situated in Red vs. Blue. It's been a while since I've just changed around to ships and stuff. I would not mind at all swapping over to CatGIF right now and doing a bunch of Red vs. Blue stuff. This is going to be the order of the day. How's it going, Pierre? That's Smarty Proteus. How does it work? God forbid you advertise that you use expensive implants when you're streaming some low-sec PvP. This is why I'm typically envious of Fintario. But then again, he definitely has a lot more patience in dealing with this kind of shit. He'll wait him out on a stream. I don't really have the patience for that. Not normally, anyway. Alright, well, given that there's not going to be... There's pretty much going to be a lot of cat and mouse here. Let's see if I make it through with my Link alt. And, okay, there goes the Seeple. There goes a Curse. Maybe they're giving up, I don't know. They just lost their fast locker. Pierre's gonna probably stick around for the duration, I would imagine. Okay. So this is how it's gonna be. Okay, fair enough. So they are gonna probably stick around for the duration. Oh, they are watching the stream, absolutely. Do I have... No, he doesn't have... Alright guys, let me go over to a screen block. It's not going to really help me escape. I don't really anticipate that happening. Again, with battleships, they have a really hard time getting away from a camp. So even if I'm zipping around, just the warp speed means they can pretty much follow me wherever I go without much effort. So we are going to kind of chill out here for a moment and try to figure it out. So please stand by. Oh, nice. I don't think they're gonna probe me down when I land or anything like that. Nothing like that. That's not what I'm worried about. But we are going to make it out of here with our tail between our legs. That's essentially the tactic we're going to be using here. And do something else. Don't really feel like, again, giving them the time of the day. So we're just going to ship into a frigate and move on. Yeah, let's fight another day, hopefully with our expensive implants anyway. Take a Condor, please. I left the Mar moved to Hardpack War space 30 minutes ago because there was about five gangs roaming. Malix, I'm actually probably going to be heading back into that area of space. I don't really have much of a choice here. But we shall see about how things go. I might actually get into a larger ship again. I don't really know. Evidently, I'm getting a little bit of intel here that Exodus is running some PvP shenanigans, and a bigger ship isn't necessarily good for that, but I don't know. I might ship into that hook bill. I really don't want to be running in expensive implants for that. So it goes, though. What I'm probably going to do, given that my links are so far behind, I might, I don't know, might leave them behind. Mission accomplished. What did you accomplish, K-Extreme? Okay, we're almost at a low sec. We're going to be heading over to Dixie. We're going to be reshipping. I'm not really sure into what yet. I actually might fit up another Raven, to be honest with you guys. I was actually having a lot of fun with that Raven. Against the expected Exodus small gang, oh man, it would be good, but oh god. I mean, with snakes, I'd be able to like kind of keep pace with some nano cruisers a little bit, not really, and then I'd have to deal with interceptors. I don't. Going up against like an Exodus and a solo nano Raven, not my idea of a good time. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Yep. I still feel really guilty for running away from that frigate gang initially that I ended up fighting again that Finn got caught by. That makes me feel bad, dude. Ugh. I wasn't expecting that to go the way that did. But I have a really bad habit when I do have friends in fleet, and I'm doing kind of like my solo thing with buddies in fleet, of underestimating my friends. I have a really bad habit of that. So I always think of things in terms of if I was alone. So even though I had a Hyena and a Carries, which combined E-War is more than enough to make that fight competitive, given that we had the link advantage. It's just not it's not the way I think, which is one reason I really want to start flying with more small gangs again, especially with kind of like higher, higher skill level PvP, kind of like with the the Meef guys or with the Micro-Ring help guys, Chester, that sort of thing. Just to kind of get me back in the groove of reminding myself that, hey, you know, fleet mates are actually pretty useful and good, and you have to think in terms of them. Nano Megathron. I've flown that. So, oh my gosh. So the Nano Megathron is super fun until like any sort of E-War or tackle catches you. So, it doesn't have a utility high slot, so I don't have a neutralizer. It only has 4 mids, so it's pretty much MWD, point web, cap booster. It's not cap stable enough to not have the cap booster, especially if you're running with an Ansel Repper in the lows. So you don't have an MGD. So it lacks those critical pieces of the puzzle that enables battleships to really effectively actually combat the current metagame of smaller ships. So as long as you're like, you don't really need to nuke anything, so you don't have a lot of light tackle come after you, and you don't have like overwhelming force coming at you, so you don't need the MGD as much. The Megathron's amazing. Like it's really fast. It projects very well. It has 8 low slots, so you can do like a whole bunch of mag stabs and tracking enhancers, a couple of nanos, and a little bit of tank on the side. So it's a lot of fun. It's really good. It finds itself like you find like one crucifier and then you start cursing your life. Nano Megathron Navy issue, yeah, that's one way to get around it. So you get the utility high slot for sure. Fly a Hyperion. Hyperion's actually a pretty good alternative. So the deal with the Hyperion, it's slower than the Mega. It doesn't have the tracking bonus, but it has a 5th mid, so you're able to put the MGD on, and it has a utility high slot, so you're able to put the heavy nude on. So it's kind of like this balancing act. Do I want the ability to move around really fast and apply well, or do I want to have the battleship traits that actually make them decent for nano stuff or dealing with smaller ships? And I think the Hyperion wins out with that. We can try doing that. I don't have the right implants in for my ult, but I can still run with an armor tank. So we can fit up a nano Hyperion and try that. And there's Zeb. I think I'm going to end up flying with Zeb here. Although it's going to take him like a year and a half to get over to the war zone, to the Minotaur war zone. I feel so bad for the guy. He was heading over to Tama, towards Tama to help me against, what do you call him? Snuffbox. I just told him flat out that's not going to happen. Or do the MWD cloak trick with the hauler. Ooh, what were we talking about? Get an alt to scout. What are we talking about? I watched DS. The problem is them warping on me. The ship carrying the opposite sides of the gates. Traveling systems the moments ago were empty with the combat center. Ancient Warship. I'm not really sure what you're talking about, man. Is there any way I can try ratting without getting my ass intended by a group of a bunch of people? To rat in low sec? Okay. I watched Directional Scan. The problem isn't them warping on me. It's them camping the opposite sides of the gates. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Essentially, when you're alone and you have no friends that can scout for you, that sort of thing, probably the safest way to scout opposite sides of gates and stuff is to rat in a system where you're able to leave your ship and then say grab just either pod scout your way if you have no implants in, or use like a shuttle or something, and then scout the opposite side of the gate. A lot of pirates these days in LowSec, they'll do one of two things. Either they're going to try to probe you down, or anticipate where you're going next and put like a cloaky ship, and that'll decloak and catch you at a asteroid belt if you're doing belt ratting. Or more likely, the more often what I see for pirates these days is they will camp gates, kind of like you're saying. And they will anticipate you. Say you go into a dead-end pocket, they'll anticipate you coming out of that pocket. They'll put a tackler ship there, and then once they tackle you, they'll like blop, say, a gank fleet onto that tackler ship, and then kill you with that gank fleet. That's usually the most common way I see low-sec piracy go for your kind of conventional piracy of people killing ratters. So, I mean, the only way to really get around that is to fly in a ship that's going to be able to evade that. So there's a couple ways to do that. You had a couple of people talking about MWD Cloak. That's a very effective way to deal with gate camps. You also have, just drop off your ship and then check the out gate. It's pretty tedious, but it's a very cheap method of scouting for yourself if you're totally alone. But I would actually recommend MWD Cloak is probably your most time-effective solution for getting past gate camps. So you said you're doing a good job of watching directional scan, that sort of thing. That's great. Look at like a ship like a Cinnable or a Rupture, depending on your pocket, how much money you have for making money in LowSec, and fly in a ship like one of those that's going to be able to have a utility high slot, like a battlecruiser can do it, like a Hurricane. Like all battlecruisers have utility high slots, and have either, I think you can do it with Afterburner, but typically it's an MWD Cloak, and I'll show you what an MWD Cloak trick looks like. I was using it on my Claymore here on my Link alt, to effectively get past gate camps. Oh yeah, and Mobile Depot is another way to do that, so you don't always have to fit the cloak. That's a very good point. Willow, fantastic point actually. That's very good for ratting. Okay, so this is the way the MWD Cloak trick works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to activate my Micro Warp Drive, which is going to increase my maximum speed by 500%. And then I'm going to activate my cloak immediately. So the cloaking device will make it so no one can target me. However, so when I activate the cloak, it will turn off all active modules, but they will continue to cycle until the end of their cycle. So then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to activate my MWD, I'm going to hit the cloak at the same time, and I'm going to hit align to wherever I want to go. I won't be able to targetable during that duration, as long as something can't target me in like the quarter of a second that it takes for me to hit decloak and then activate these modules. Then, I'm going to decycle, I'm going to turn off my cloaking device pretty much just as my MWD is running out, maybe has a second left on its cycle time. And then I'm going to spam warp. So what's going to happen is I'm going to be in a cloak as I get my maximum velocity up to what it needs to be. And then during that time, my MWD is going to be cycling. So it's going to, in conjunction with the velocity penalty on the cloak and the speed of the MWD, once my cloak turns off and my MWD finishes its cycle, I'll be at just enough speed that's about full velocity, and it's going to allow me to warp. So it's kind of complicated to talk about, but it's much easier to show it. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to hit a line, I'm going to cloak MWD, I'm going to put my mouse over the warp button, I'm going to wait for the cycle to go about 1 second left. I'm going to deactivate the cloak, I'm going to spam warp, and I'm going to warp pretty much just as my cloak comes off. Yeah, Drill Down says do cloak first, then MWD. It doesn't make that much of a difference. The way server tick works and everything, it's pretty much going to take these commands at the same time. So let me do it through another gate, and you can see what I'm doing again. Okay, so again, cloak MWD. I'm waiting for that MWD cycle to almost finish. It's about done. Turn off my cloak. Spam warp. And once the MWD cycle ends, it turns off. My maximum velocity, instead of being a potential of 1,000 meters per second, drops down to my normal velocity. And because of the speed that I gain from having my MWD active, I'll be at pretty much warp speeds. I'll do it one more time here. Probably the hardest part about this is learning the timing of having your ship actually able to accept commands. So when I hit a line here, there's going to be about a quarter to a half a second where my ship's not going to accept commands, and I might accidentally turn off my cloak very quickly. So let me show you how I can mess this up. So I was spamming the cloak there. I was trying to activate these modules, but it gave me this notification. Is that the right one? You're unable to, sorry, you cannot do that which one is it? It's not while you're warping. Anyway, so what will happen here, is if once I jump through a gate here, if you spam commands too quickly, it won't take the command, so you end up trying to spam the command, and it's very easy to turn off the cloak immediately after trying to activate it. It's much easier to show if I use a mouse click here. So let me use a mouse click here instead of using a hotkey. So right there, the first click, it didn't take the command. The second click, it took the command. And then the third click, I accidentally turned off the cloak. So as Rambo was saying, the way the EVE servers work, they'll take commands every second. So if you're at the end of this server tick, or at the beginning of a server tick, when you click the command for your ship to cloak, it's not going to take the command immediately. If it were to take the command right at the end of the server tick, the next server tick would begin, and then my cloak would activate. But it's possible then, again, if I clicked right at the beginning of that server tick where the cloak was activated, then I immediately tell it to turn off. So it's really a big timing thing with how the server tick works and how close you are to servers, that sort of thing. How responsive your client is to the EVE servers. But MWD Cloak is pretty much the way you can get around low sec, high sec, null sec, kind of null sec, with relative impunity. If you time it right, there's not much that's going to be able to lock you and catch you. In null sec, people can use interdiction bubbles where they can then catch you. But in low sec and high sec, pretty much you're very safe when you're doing this. The only other method to stop someone from doing this tactic is to have pretty much the Stargate they jump through completely ringed with either ships or objects. So one of the limitations of a cloaking device is that you cannot activate a cloaking device within 2,000 meters or 2 kilometers of an object. So sometimes people will orbit a gate at around 15 km and just deploy drones and make it so when you jump through the gate you can't use your cloaking device. That sort of stuff. Alright, so anyway, we're back into Dixie here. What to do. Oh, take it easy, Real Nike. Have a good one. Replace the missile launcher with a T1 cloak then? Will that trick work if they are literally on top of the gate? I was told that you would be forcibly decloaked because they're nearby. They are all literally on top of the gate. Okay, so if someone's on top of the gate, like they're right on top of the gate right here. When you jump through a Stargate, if I jump into our cell here, you're going to be randomly positioned within about 13 to 15 kilometers of the gate. So if they're right on top of the gate, they're not going to be anywhere near where they decloak your ship. See, I'm 12 kilometers away from the gate. So if they're right on top of it, even if they're right on top of it and they say, oh, hey, from the gate, I see this Claymore here when he's cloaked. I'm going to burn at him. They need to burn from the Stargate to your ship's position, trying to guess at where your ship was in less than 10 seconds. And even in a fast-moving frigate, it's very difficult to do that. More often than not, I would say it's a very successful way of getting around without getting caught on gates. Needs to be a Tech 2 cloak, I think, to get enough speed. I think you can do it with a T1 cloak. It's a lot easier with the T2 cloak. I'm using a Tech 2 cloak. I'm using a Tech 2 cloaking device. The difference between a T1 cloaking device and a Tech 2 cloaking device is the velocity penalty. And it's a big part of how this trick works. So a prototype cloaking device, the easier one to fit, has a velocity penalty of 90%. So the problem that you run into is that your MWD is active, your 90% velocity penalty is active, so the maximum speed you're going to attain is likely not going to be the minimum of 75% velocity that will allow you to initiate warp. Whereas with a Tech 2 cloaking device, it's much easier to get that minimum of your 75% of your normal speed to warp. There's two types of Tech 2 cloaks, Ancient Warship. There is a Covert Ops cloak, and then there's an Approved cloak. So if I look at this cloaking device and I look at the variations, there's a Covert Ops cloaking device and an Improved cloaking device. On my Nano Raven, no. On that particular fitting, I was using a Rapid Heavy Missile Launcher, Big Pasta. So the Covert Ops cloaking device, this is the type of cloaking device you can use only on Covop ships, the special row bonus to fit these. These guys allow you to stay cloaked in warp, whereas my Improved cloaking device, I can only stay cloaked when I'm not in warp. Okay. So, let's look at the map. What to do. Hula area looks really good, actually. That's pretty cool. That's a random question. Should I buy a Panther? I don't know, man. Should you buy a Panther? I wasn't talking in chat yet because, you know, I was being cloaky. Nice. Cool, and I only need a day's worth of training for it. Yeah, it's a little bit expensive. It costs a couple mil. Costs like 3 mil or so, but definitely worth it. I may have missed, you were said that MWD you can get to get your minimum of 75% warp to tapping T2 cloak off gate to be okay, again, Katos, so there's a couple things going on here. So let's talk about the mechanics of this. So to initiate warp to an object, you have to have a minimum of 75% of your velocity. Okay? You have to be at 3/4 of your speed to initiate warp. So if I'm at half my speed or a quarter speed, I can't go into warp. So let's watch this. So there's a planet nearby. I'm gonna warp to this customs office. Let's see. Look at the velocity my ship needs to initiate warp. Boom! I initiate warp right at 3/4 of my speed. So there's two factors of going into warp, of being able to initiate warp. One is speed. Two is alignment. Your ship has to be pointing in the right direction to initiate a warp. Okay? So it has to be at that 3/4 speed. So what is going on with this mechanic? There's two things going on. One is that I have a module that increases my maximum velocity by a certain percentage. So an MWD will increase my maximum velocity with skills to over 600%. So my maximum velocity with MWD shoots from 212 meters per second to 1300 meters per second. Then, I also have a module which reduces my maximum velocity when it's active, but also makes me unable to be locked, and that's a cloaking device. So the improved cloaking device is going to reduce my maximum velocity, but it's going to make it so people can't lock me. Okay? So, I'm doing two things here to make it so I can, one, I won't get locked, and then two, when I turn off my module that I can't have on to if I'm going to warp, then I'll be at warp speed to immediately warp and not get locked and get away clean. So, and what I'm doing is I'm making my maximum velocity. I'm getting enough speed where when I turn off both of these modules, I'll be at that 3/4 speed. So there's two things going on. So when I turn on my MWD, my maximum velocity goes up to 1300. When I turn on my cloaking device, my maximum velocity with these two modules is past my maximum velocity with these modules turned off. So with these two guys on, my maximum velocity is 300. When with these guys turned off, it's 200. So the idea is, the hope is, this guy will be on long enough for me to get at that magical 3/4 speed, which for my ship is about 160 meters per second. By the time I my MWD will automatically shut off with this cloaking device being active. It's complicated to talk about. It's a lot easier to just say, okay, you do it in this order, and this is what happens. So the mechanic behind it's kind of confusing, but how it works is actually fairly simple. So again, like one more time, let's say I want to go over to the Aleer gate. The way this works again is I would break my gate cloak by hitting a line. I'd wait like half a second, and then I would initiate MWD and cloak at the same time. So I'd hit a line, and then I'd hit the cloaking guys and the MWD, and I'd wait for my MWD cycle nearly to end, be about 1 second left, and then I'd turn off my MWD or my cloak around then, and my MWD shuts off just like a fraction after the cloak turns off, and then I initiate warp. So kind of the trick of it, this for how I manage these two modules is that it gives us time to have the MWD like a quarter second of time to be online without the cloak, and it kind of shoots up your speed a fair bit higher, and then when the MWD finally decycles, you'll be at like that magical 3/4 speed for just about all ships. Popular mistake, hit warp instead of align. If you do that, you won't be able to activate the cloak. Correct. So, again, this is not a Covert Ops cloaking device. If it was a Covert Ops cloaking device, we wouldn't really have to worry about the whole MWD warp trick. But the improved cloaking device cannot be used if you're warp or if you're trying to initiate warp. So, again, I keep on saying you have to hit a line to something. So let's say that I forgot to hit a line and I hit the warp button. Let's see what happens here. You cannot do that while warping. I can't activate my cloaking device when I'm warping. So I just hit the MWD, and I'm totally lockable, and my MWD blooms my signature radius by 500%, which makes it like 500% easier to lock my ship. So I pretty much just screwed myself if I hit the warp button instead of hitting the align button. So it's all about hitting the align button or using your shortcut and then aligning to a Stargate or wherever you want to go. Alright. You know what, guys? I think I'm actually going to fit up a hook bill. I kind of want to do a little bit of small ship stuff, so we're going to do that. I'm actually going to leave behind my alt here for that. I don't really care if he's logged off in space right here, so I'm going to go back over to the block screen thing. I'm going to turn up my client, so I'm going to restart my client in single screen mode. Yeah, so the MWD boosts your speed, and the cloak slows you down, but you have higher speed cloaked with the MWD. So when you come out of the cloak, the MWD is off in your line, so your max speed drops, but you still have enough speed. You're still going fast enough already, so you should be able to warp. Yeah, pretty much that. Yeah, that was a really good explanation. It's probably a lot better than what I was bumbling along trying to say. It's not sexy, but it's probably the safest way, again, to fly around high sec and low sec if you're afraid about your ship getting destroyed. There's not many counters for it. A utility slot. Yeah, so when I'm talking about utility slot, it's the number of high slots you have minus the number of slots that are used by your weapons that you're bonus for. And if you have anything remaining, that's what players call utility slots. So if I were to open up a Tempest and look at the ship, the Tempest has 6 turret slots. It's a turret ship, but it has 8 high slots. So when I fill out all 6 of these slots with turrets, I still have 2 slots remaining. I could put missiles in there, but they're not bonus for it. So they're called utility slots because they add utility to the ship. They're extra slots that you can put other stuff other than your guns. So in the case for a battleship, that might be neutralizers. It might be smart bombs. It might be salvagers if I'm PvEing. It might be a tractor beam. It might be a cloaking device. There's a lot of stuff you can put in there. It depends on what kind of utility you need for what you're trying to do. What? Hawk has a utility slot? A 200mm gun goes in the 5th slot. Yeah, it's a very common choice for the Hawk, for sure. Alright, so what I want to do was a hookbill. I haven't flown a hookbill in a very long time, so I'm feeling kind of nostalgic. I want to fly a hookbill. So let's fly hookbill. So the way I fly my hookbills is I like to fly them with rocket launchers. And then how I take it from there is actually a really good question. I usually either go with a TD and fly it like a Firetail, or I go with a dual web fit. Let me open up EFT and see what I've been kind of puttering around, throwing around with the EFT. Oh, okay, so I'm doing an armor tank, so this is a super fun fit. So let me load this guy up, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so on my fitting here, I actually have transverse bulkheads. Oh yeah, no, that'll work just fine. We'll do that. I was thinking reinforced bulkheads. They have a penalty I don't necessarily want to be exposed to. Okay, and this is the fitting. So what this hookbill is doing, it's a close range brawler that can do one of two things. You can either scram web kite with an afterburner and try to outdistance the enemy, the opponent, or I can get in very close and then use the tracking disruptor in its alternative mode, which is a tracking speed script, and get underneath an opponent's guns and get underneath their tracking. It doesn't do great damage, and I think that's okay. It's designed to whittle down the opponent and pretty much take no damage. That's the design of the ship, is to take no damage. That's what my idea is. So if I'm going up against a turret ship, then I should be able to overwhelm it between my ability to control speed, control the speed of the engagement with my tackle and my own high speed, coupled with my EWAR mod here, which is a tracking disruptor, which messes with turret ships. $5 says I fucked this up. Yeah, it's that's another little trick that I like to use with battleships. So, with ships that have a very large cargo bay, you can put what's called a standard container into the cargo bay, And there's a quirk in this game with containers in the game. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I were to put a medium standard container into my cargo bay and to hold stuff, you might think, well, wouldn't that be a waste of space? No, we're in the future, where capacity is greater than the volume. This is a bag of holding. So if I have a ship that has more than 325 meters cubed, I can put a medium container into it and hold more stuff in my cargo than I normally would be able to hold. So that can that you said that was called $5 says I fucked this up is a trick that some PvPers use to hold more stuff, more ammo in their cargo bay. The reason why I call it $5 says I fucked this up is that frequently it's used to hold cap charges to inject and fuel an active tank. The problem that you have in comparison to your normal cargo is that your cap boosters aren't smart. They won't see the cap charges in a can that's in your cargo. You have to manually either drag it from the cargo, the standard container into your cargo, or drag it from the standard container into the module. So if you forget to do that, then you fuck it up and you die in a very embarrassing fashion. Can you hold a can inside of a can? No. You can't put a bag of holding inside of a bag of holding. That's against the rules. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Way back in the day, before freighters were really popular, you used to have players fly around in your normal kind of industrial ships like Interium Mark Vs, and they'd fill their cargo full of giant secure containers. So, giant. They'd fill them full of these guys, which had a volume of 3,000, but allow you to hold 3,900. And it would increase their hauling capacity by several thousand M3. Pain in the butt. But usually the lovely aspect of shooting a hauler was all those cans ejecting and going through all those ejected cans and seeing what was inside. Space-time would collapse if you put a can inside a can. That's actually how Carolyn Star came to be. Jove were experimenting and trying to get one can inside of another, and they finally did it! And it fucked up their empire for the, whatever, third, fourth time. So, they just screwed themselves and became robot zombies in the form of drifters. But I'll explain that on the next Hydrostatic podcast, talking about the developing lore in EVE Online. So, it's one of my specialties for EVE Online. It's something I've been reading into for the past couple of minutes on how the lore has been developing with the new Jove stuff. So, tune in next time at Hydrostatic podcast. Why do you need that exotic dancer in your cargo? What is it for? What does it do? It keeps me company. Roams get real. It's very common, Matt, that you'll be in a long roam and you haven't found anything, and the only thing keeping you going from space mad is that company you hold in your ship. She's cheering me on. She's keeping up the morale, man. You'll quite often see people, if you actually go through the kill mills and see what's in their cargo, they'll be hauling random stuff, random commodities. They might have tobacco in their cargo hold. They might have tourists in their cargo hold, or janitors in their cargo hold. They might have like Pax Amara, which is like a book espousing peace, in their cargo hold. Stuff like that. It's just flavor. It's kind of a joke. In my case, I have a stack of several thousand female exotic dancers and several male exotic dancers in my home station that I frequently throw into my ships. Cheering you on, is that what kids are calling it these days? Yeah, exactly. I bring a homeless guy, there you go. You're looking to give him a home in the form of your wreckage when you die. Crow, Thrasher, Tristan. Tristan's pretty scary. Pretty much nothing I do will heavily influence a Tristan's ability, or negate Tristan's ability to kill me. So Tristan's like one of the no-no ships for a Hookbill that's fit up the way I have it fit up. You know, what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually head over to Ezur. I think it's a better idea. Unfortunately, Tristan is super popular, so this Hookbill innately is at a huge disadvantage taking on many ships. That's actually a lot of damage output. I really wasn't expecting that. I do 160 with heat. That actually should apply for well, because I have 2 webs. Wasn't expecting that. Don't forget the janitor. You'll need someone to clean up after being cheered on. Oh, yeah. We need Scruffy. Get Scruffy in this space vessel immediately. Did I turn out? No, I did not. That's a really good bit of advice. Thank you for reminding me. Another kind of cool thing about aspect of the ship, very similar to the Firetail, is that it can do pretty good in a 2v1 situation. As long as I'm dealing with turret ships. I can deal with multiple turret ships quite effectively. So, for example, I can put Scramweb on one of them, and then Web TD on another, or I can do Scramweb TD on one, and then Web the other, and keep it away from me as long as possible. It does okay. My 2K TDPS Loki Buster Talus will be soon available in Interbus Yellow. Polarized guns, Rambo? Oh dear. That sounds awesome. I like it. So what do? You just poke them and then warp off, warp back, and if they're still there, you kill them? I love this song. Oh, that jam. Yeah, Polaris gun's cool. Some corps require you to place random objects like that into the cargo to termine their kills and kill to what? To something. What does that mean? I've never seen that word before. It's actually a word? Oh, Eggmar's the place to be, evidently. I'll head over there. Wait, why do you have a 161 implant? I-157 and my T2 rockets are at 4. Why'd I have a 161? What? Wait until the owner's in a fight. 6 seconds later, the Loki's in wreck. Right on. Yeah, these are Rage rockets. These are Rage. That's how it's so high. I don't have any bloodstick controls or anything like that. Yeah, I was wondering about those numbers. Like, what? All right, I thought you were talking about like a 151 implant. It's like, I've never heard of this implant. What is this? Oh, is it actually high for some reason? I don't know. I might actually have an implant in this implant set. I think my snake set has a missile implant. Yeah, it has a 5% rate of fire. There you go. That's the reason. I do have an implant in. I forgot I was in this implant set, and I forgot what the implant set actually had in it. Yeah, it has it's mostly turret stuff. I have 2 turret implants. I have a speed implant, and then I have a missile implant because I do occasionally fly missile ships when I'm doing nano stuff. Kind of like that Raven. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Sorry. I was like, what the fuck? Making me rethink life. Yeah, exactly. Contemplating life for sure. So, like that gang I just passed by, they had a Ascendable, Aguila, I think 2 Tackle Scepters, Omen Navy issue. I would have a bad fucking day in that Raven Navy issue. Or that, oh my god, that Nano Raven with the rapid heavy missile launchers. I'd have a bad time trying to deal with that. Did I just read Gecko? I'm coming, friend! Fear not! You will not be alone for much longer. Space Lizard! He's like, help! Don't leave me alone out here in this cold, dark space! I didn't know drones actually kept kind of... He's not moving, but he's still banking. What's wrong with this person? I wonder if there's another one in the wreck, maybe. Gecko Man for save my brethren! I'm on my way! Unfortunately, Gecko is fat, so I'm gonna have to get rid of this guy. Get in here. Oh, I don't have drone bay. Get in my cargo. Yay. Is there another one? We'll find out here shortly. I'll save these other drones in the meantime. I'm actually a park ranger for Metropolis. We had some wild animals that left the confines of the park, so we need to kind of grab them and move them elsewhere. That one's gonna have to wait for another time. So save location on that guy so I get my MJD back. Is there another Gecko in this wreck here? This is the one fun thing about groups like Exodus. They tend to not loot for whatever reason. So I just made like 50 mil or whatever off the Gecko. There's another fucking Gecko in there. You're shitting me. Well, hot diggity. Okay, I'm just gonna drop everything off in this cargo can and grab this Gecko. It's a smooth 100 mil, I don't mind. Kind of pays for a hip build too, so. Hey, just a heads up, guys. You know, it is worthwhile to check Rex occasionally. So that's worth some money too. Sure, I'll take all that. Doo-doo-doo. Space lizards! Space lizard! Space lizards! You still see the guy in the cockpit? I don't see the dude. Where is the dude in the cockpit? There actually no. There's a cockpit. There's no dude in it. Or no. There he is. Yeah, you can see him. See the silhouette. Sweet. The dancer stays. Okay. Get back in there. Get back in there. You'll be safe from poachers in here. Oh, is the last still here? The dude jumped out to escape the space lizard singing. What? Is there a song for space lizards? Sea Junkies just stole my shit. That son of a bitch! That son of a bitch! That was all my ammo and stuff! Or was it Queen? Did Queen do it? I think those Sea Junkies. I'm pretty sure. It may have been Queen, though. God damn it. Someone needs to pay. That wasn't me. A Slicer did it. Queen! Damn you, Queen! Damn you! I will spin your body on stream until you give me back my ammo. Do it. 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 It's getting lewd. Do it. Do it before it starts getting lewd. But... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Queenie, where are you? I demand my rockets back. How's it going, Kogel? Here on Eve, we have a mature community. I want to feign that I'm still mad, but this is actually very gentlemanly. All the rockets ever. Drinking, smoking as usual. Good to see you, Cole. Hope you're having a good time. I just gave up my most prized possession. I hope it was worth it. I'm not sure if it was. Scourge Rage. I don't have Scourge, Jav. Okay. That's okay. I don't really need Jav. That should be fine. Fuck, I need the script too. You're right. Shit. Cox. Can we just buy one? Tracking. got paste here. I'm okay with that. Oh, goodness. Okay. Boosh. Yeah, I think I have pace. I think I have everything I need right now, except for an MGD. But that's okay, right? Oh, goodness. Sorry, going to get food and then replying to Fintaro email later, bro. Okay, sounds good. All is to get dead in first fight, lol. Now that's how I'd roll anyways. Probably. But hey, we're having fun, right? That's what's important. This is the kind of banter I really miss in those seg. Quinny, much love. Much love. Space Lizard gonna be trending by tomorrow? What are you guys talking about? What's going on? Space. Oh, okay. Laz sent out a tweet. I see. Very nice. Hashtag save the geckos. Hashtag space lizards. Do you ever do PvE when not streaming? Yeah, Vorian, I do. I actually just finished a whole bunch of level 4 blitzing in Lowsec. I think last weekend. Got a bunch of LP and I converted it into modules to sell on market. I don't do it often. I do it occasionally though. That's how I pretty much grind for ISK. EU PvE. Sometimes I actually get in the mood for it. It does happen occasionally. Not often, that does happen occasionally. I should stream my blitzing. It may happen one day. Today will not be that day. I don't find it to be very interesting content. But one day, maybe I will do that. I was kind of hoping that Firetail would head over. Honestly, like one of the ways that running PvE that I think would be very entertaining to watch would actually be, say, doing like an incursion in frigates, or like level 4 stuff in frigates. Maybe not incursion, but like level 4s in frigates and level 5s in frigates. I've heard of friends doing that just for shits and giggles, practicing remote reps and stuff. That actually sounds fairly amusing to me. I think that'd actually be kind of fun to watch. People mess up with the transverse or whatever, they just die instantly, getting blapped by an NPC. I find that amusing. I really should do more for ISK. Expensive things I want to buy, but I normally just buy Plex, and then that'll pretty much last a month for PvP, because I don't fly anything over Assault Frig. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that Suicidal Ninja Cap. I mean, most people, when they grind out their ISK, if they look at that and they compare that to even like a minimum wage job, it is much more worth buying a Plex and selling it on market than it is to grind out the money. For me, though, it comes down to the gameplay. It comes down to how I like to play the game. I don't like to think of my enjoyment in terms of dollars. I like to think of it in terms of the effort I put behind it. And I feel like I fight over my what I use a lot harder than if I were to say Plex for stuff. I don't want to think of like a ship in terms of, man, I just lost $5 to that gate camp. That sucks. I want to think of it in terms of, man, that took me some time to put it to get the money to put that ship together. I want to think of it in terms of gameplay that I might actually value versus dollar signs. I'm not sure if I'm putting this across the right way, but I don't want to kind of ruin my game experience by plexing my account. And that's just how I view the game. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. It makes no sense to grind out the money unless you enjoy the PvE. That's just it, Vorian. I do. So the way I do PvE, I actually do it in a way that's risky. So I run missions in low sec in an area of space that's honestly has one of the more successful groups of pirates that still exist in this game. I mean, not too long ago, I lost a Dominix to one of the other groups in that area just by being lazy, and I really enjoy that aspect of the game. It's pretty much impossible to safely acquire Titan now because of Phoebe. How so? I don't know who's fighting what. I think it's mostly... yeah, that's all just Exodus ganking somebody. Okay. I'm out of here. Exodus is flying with people I don't really know who they're flying with, so... just need to be cautious. Okay, evidently these guys are with Exodus. I'm gonna set them standings. And I think this guy's also flying with Exodus. I think, anyway. I might be wrong on this, but you never... it's better to be safe than sorry. Because once you purchase a Titan, anyone who sees you jump automatically knows you're going. Here's another thing, Laz, that I'm not really sure about. So if you're trying to move around a super, is there like no safe way to move them around now? Because like, don't you have to like pretty much jump them to a safe spot and then motor them into a POS or warp them into a POS because of how Cynos interact with towers these days? Is that true? Why did I take those off? That was a bad idea. The only safe way is to do one jump a day, 5 minutes before downtime. Oh, okay, gotcha. Why is that safe? Because the server will close. So they have to have a whole bunch of assets in range to kill you in that like minute. What the hell is a super? It's short for super capital. There are two types of super capitals in the game. They're called one's called a Titan and one's called a super carrier. And they're very expensive fleet assets that can be a single individual can own and operate, but they're only really effectively safely used in very large groups by very large groups of players. Super carriers do pretty much lots of damage to battleships and mostly structures and other capital ships. Titans, they have a module that allows them to instantly kill essentially another capital or do a lot of damage to another capital in one shot. And they also have their more used ability, which is to teleport a group of players to an airspace within a couple of light years. I like moms, yeah, motherships, yeah. That used to be the old term for supercarrier. And all those are playable ships? Yes, absolutely. It would take you, for a super capital, a supercarrier, or a Titan, a number of years to, I don't know if it's years, but it would take you a very long time to train for them with how the skill system works in EVE Online. But, they are something that any player could eventually skill into and fly if they had the money to acquire them and the more importantly the support to field them. Okay, I'm regretting setting Queen to +10 and not taking a fight with Queen. I feel like I've made a mistake. And maybe I may have ostracized myself from the only source of good fights in this area of space. I might have to rethink my +10 status with Queen. I know she's a thief, but god damn it, that slicer is looking more and more appetizing. Okay, anything else going on? I don't know, maybe there's... Try the Haddo Pipe. I just went through there, man. And then the Arnster area? Okay. I haven't tried the Arnster area. All I have are these yahoos just going between like these two systems, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, looking for a fight. They very well may gank me even if I'm in a frigate. Queen, I didn't actually realize you're QDT. I did not realize this. Okay, you have the Garmer. Bunch of stupid stuff. Okay. I don't know, man. I'm running out of places to find people. QDT. Where does the T come from? Q. Oh wait, I see what you did there. I see it. Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I got you. I may not be the fastest Navy frigate in the fleet, but I'll get there eventually. Damn it, there's nothing to scan here. Fuck. Ah. You know what? I could actually, if we're talking about supers, I might be able to pull up a video here. Let me see. Do. That's not it. That's not it. That's it. Okay. Let me dock up for a second here. So, once upon a time, Titans had another ability. Instead of having a golden gun where they can essentially kill a single capital ship in one shot, it did AoE damage. And not only did it do AoE damage, it had the ability to do this remotely. And the only requirement on players was that they place a beacon with which to do this AoE effect at. So you could do it you can do it on grid, you can do it around the Titan, or you can pretty much shoot it through a beacon, shoot it through like ripping the time space continuum and blow up like an entire fleet of ships of players. It was pretty interesting times back then. And the only way to either deal with this effect is make a very specific fitting on your ship that will tank that type of damage, or essentially make your ship invulnerable, and the only way to really do that easily is to go into warp. To leave the effect of the explosion. So what I'm looking to do is go to here. So the maker of this video is a guy by the name of Kill2, member of Club Bear, who is now actually a developer for EVE Online. That's a Titan. So Kill2 had just jumped into a Stargate, and there's a Titan on gate, and he uses his AoE effect immediately. However, the Kill2 and his friends are able to leave grid before the effect finished cycling, before the explosion actually occurred. So he went into warp, he was invulnerable. That brilliant flash of light, which actually would instantly kill a ship, he managed to evade. So these Titans, these ships, the Avatar, if you're actually to put Kill2's current ship right next to it, it'd be tiny. Minuscule in comparison to the ship. So, Kill2 in this clip does a really good job of showing how not to support your fleet mates with a logistics ship by never be on grid to actually rep them, which is always impressive. Yeah. Last I was talking about battleships versus battleships. Battleships used to be really popular. The ship that I was flying momentarily that we'll be going back to is one of the smaller ships in the game. It's called a frigate. A frigate class. In the time of this video, which is many years ago, battleships and battlecruisers, the bigger sub-capital class ships in the game, were much more popular. Oh, the horde lasers. Get on my level. Now, this is back before you didn't have EWAR notifications. It's like, warp, kill 2, warp! Oh wait, you're actually tackled, never mind. It's been a while. Fucking Avatar, dude. Anyway, there's that. Good old Club Bear videos from back in the day. I miss them. Yeah, that's a short clip from a Solo P, well, not solo, but a Small Gang Solo PP video. If that guy's artillery, this actually might be kind of scary. He could probably volley me. I think Seeples do 4K volley. I could volley me if I don't turn my damage control on fast enough. Scary, scary, scary. Oh no, don't approach! Oh god. He's on. No, he's using ACs, okay. Shh. Being all afraid for no reason. I don't know why I approached. Oh, that was weird. The panic, yeah. It's legitimate though. I mean, Seeples do ridiculous volley. What's the radio menu? Last tell. So there's this setting in the game that enables you to use something called the radio menu. It's in general settings, and it's right over here. Open the radio menu. So default is left mouse button. So if you actually were to click and hold, you'd actually get this thing that's a radio menu. It's circular in shape, and there's a couple of different options in it. These are the same type of options that you get for the contextual selected item window. So you see that you have the ability to warp something, jump to something, align to something. These are all options that are available in the radio menu. The main difference between the radio menu and, say, a right-click menu that most players are used to using is that the radio menu will change in context depending on what you're doing. So, okay, let's say I warp over to the Arnher Gate. So, if I do a right-click menu, it's only going to show me the options I have available to me while I'm in warp. If I use the radio menu, I will see the same options, but let's see what happens when I actually drop out of warp and land next to the gate. It now gives me options for things to do when I'm out of warp and on grid. So I could say orbit the gate. And instead of having to right-click on the gate after dropping out of warp, spamming right-click to get the right contextual options, I can just leave the radio menu up. Oh. Hey, what's going on here? What's going on here, guys? Was I near that gate when I left? Gone? No, I wasn't. Okay, let's check what's going on in mid-system. Too much to learn about this game. I'm going to need to See a lot of video tutorials. Yeah, Google is your friend. There's a lot of really good Wikipedia articles on various different mechanics or very different aspects of the game. There's a lot of resources out there. And more importantly, there's a lot of people in the game that are more than willing to help you learn and explain things in real time. Kind of similar to what I'm doing right now. I used to love doing intercept silliness against the... what are we talking about? Uber Bandit, what are we talking about? Are the T3 cruisers able to tank low null rats for miners like battleships used to? Yeah, absolutely. Kamar, yeah, you can absolutely post links. Don't worry about posting links. The only type of links that I don't like to see are people kind of sharing their stream if it doesn't really have any context with the chat, or not safe for work stuff, or things that are in bad taste. Otherwise, I mean, feel free to share links. I don't really care. Ooh, Confessor. Confessor? I wonder if I could fight a Confessor. I have double webs in a TD. It's actually not the worst position to be in. I wasn't able to look at his ship and see what kind of guns he was using. Yeah, I think so too, Finn. I think you're right. One problem, though, is that I'd have to be using EM damage, which is going to drop my damage by a lot. So if I play this game is a way to focus just on the market part and put aside the battle stuff. Yes! That is the wonderful thing about this game, it being a sandbox game. You don't have to do PvP at all. Ship versus ship combat, you can ignore that entirely. You can focus entirely on industry, you can focus entirely on politics, you can focus entirely on economy, if you want. And EVE actually has a pretty robust market. It's entirely player run. Pretty much everything you see in game is manufactured and traded by players. So if I were to look at scan pinpoint array, these are all buy and sell orders put up by players. So, yes, absolutely. Kinetic is lower resistant EM on a Confessor? What? Really? I thought I had Tech 2 resist profile. Oh, no shit. No kidding. Well, that makes me happy. So it's not a full Tech 2 profile. So if I were to compare that to, say, a Retribution. Retribution has much higher kinetic resist than EM. I didn't realize that. Oh, well, that's really freaking cool. I would, if I was like in, say, a Cerberus, I would swap immediately over to EM missiles for a Confessor. The more you know. Your glasses reflect the screen, you have to get them suited. I don't know. I am getting new glasses for a while. They're supposed to be anti-reflective. I don't know if that actually means there won't be an issue with a monitor. I think it's more for glare. These are actually backup glasses. I went to a event called FanFest last month where I hung out with a whole bunch of people that I've been playing with for a while, or I've met online. It's over 1,000 players that play EVE Online went over to the development studio located in Iceland and partied for a couple of days. And I left my glasses there. And fortunately with my astigmatism, I don't really need my glasses, but they help a bit. LASIK works with well man's getting cheap. It is, yeah, it's definitely an option. It scares the shit out of me though, Kogel. If there's one thing that scares the hell out of me, it's losing my eyesight or my eyesight degrading. And another really big aspect or something to note about LASIK is that it's not necessarily, it's not a permanent solution. There's quite a few people that get LASIK and their vision degrades back to needing glasses. A lot of friends that have gotten LASIK that I know still need glasses. I've anti-reflective glasses, and they make it so you don't see reflections on windows behind. They make it so. What? They make it so you don't see reflections of windows behind you. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, that makes sense. Hmm. Yeah, I doubt that would affect the reflection off glasses. That's interesting. I use contacts. I only take them off when I change them. Like, oh, ugh. Every 4 weeks. That sounds awful. Isn't it like a bad idea to sleep with your contacts in? Yeah, I've tried contacts. The problem with my prescription is that the contact has to be oriented in a particular way, so it's weighted. And I tried for weeks for my eyes to get used to like this kind of thick contact, and it never happened. It's awful. And it just did not work out for me. I mean, I've grown. Maybe my eyes are not as sensitive. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, if we're talking about risk to your eyes, if you're gonna rank relative risk to your vision, you have no glasses, which is no risk. Then you have glasses, which is slight risk. You know, you might poke yourself in the eye or something. Then you have LASIK, and then contacts. I'm kind of putting my hands down in the wrong order, but contacts are actually the most risky thing to your vision, due to infections, as Laz is pointing out. Something tells me Alkir's looking for a 1v1, and I might oblige him here in a moment. I'm going to warp over to a site. We'll do battle. We'll do space battle. Sea Junkie's here as well. Very likely this will get third-partied. Hail Stan. Okay, did he come at range? If he came at range, I'm not going to stick around. Nope. Well, warriors, once they get through my shields, are going to hurt, like, really bad. I did a lot better than I thought it would. That surprises me greatly. I think the lack of web really screwed him. But oh, T1 guns as well. Okay. So what did I just fight? Okay, T1 gun Tristan had Tech 2 drones, had a Tech 2 tank. He was M2AD fit with no web, shield tank. So oh, it was a dual. Oh no, it was a dual tank. He didn't have the rigs open for a whole tank. That was a good fight. So I'm thinking if the Tristan had maybe 100 or 200, two more, like 1 or 2 more million SP, I would have been in much more difficult straits, and then I actually was exposed to in that fight. That kind of gives me a little bit of hope, though, whether or not I'll be able to fight a Tristan normally. I don't know if I want that hope. It's surprising. Good fight, though. Good fight. Yeah, that was definitely a dual tank. Don't abort. Put paste in the ripper. I'm pretty sure his fitting doesn't require fitting rigs if you have perfect fitting skills, but I might be wrong on that. I'm quite certain that the long point didn't help his fitting situation at all. So there's that. I'm usually pretty happy to go after hook bells and nutrition. I would be too, Finn. I'm really curious how much of a role SP played in that. I know it was a fairly significant role, but I'm not really sure how much. Took me a second there to remember I actually have snakes in. I don't want to get potted. So I'm pretty sure the comment was linked. That does help influence his ability to keep the scrambler on me. I think he may have also been M2AD fit. I'm not really sure. That was a good fight, though. That was a really good fight. I also don't know if that was railguns, because my damage notifications weren't showing weapons, which is a bug that is happening right now that I fucking loathe. It just shows the ship. It doesn't show what type of weapon, even though I have weapon types enabled. So, you know, there's that. Oh, that's the fit? Okay. If it was railguns, I fucking hate myself, yeah. I should have, instead of just waiting, I should have did a look at, and I probably would have been able to win the fight at close range. I just was taking a whole bunch of damage when I was close, and I didn't really think to look at my ship if it was doing a keep at range sort of thing instead of orbiting. So that was a piloting error for sure. Good fight, Sea Junkies. Good fight, man. Yeah, we're actually both hull tanked. I had Tech 2 hull tanking rigs. The Comet has a lot of more base hull to it. It really, I'm pretty sure he had ganglinks. I'm not 100% on that, but I mean, even if he did, I mean, it was kind of to counter my my implants. But if I had just kept my cool and looked at the type of weapons he was using, all I had to do was just orbit him close, and I would have been fine. He wouldn't have been able to do anything. So that was just me losing my cool there. But the fairly cool thing that is how you can also do like a similar thing with the Firetail as you do with the Hookbill, where you just range tank. You can range tank a Comet at about 8 km, where it goes into heavy fall with a TD on it. It just didn't seem like it was enough. A lot of hull tanks do upper, yeah, especially on frigates. Not so much on larger ships. It's pretty much a thing that you only see on frigates. Sea Junkies in the chat is actually the Comet that just blew up my Hookbill. Can someone explain links? Is it like a fleet buff module? Exactly that. What do you stick them on? Either a command ship or a battle cruiser or a special type of cruiser, call it a Tech 3 cruiser. There's a range on them. If you're in the same system as a person using those modules, then they have the beneficial effect on your ship. So there's something called off-grid boosting, which means the ship is using those warfare modules to help your ship when he's not in the same zone as your immediate area of your ship. And these modules, these links give a huge bonus to your ability to do stuff. I'm just glad AD didn't rank off drops. Yeah, well, over 100 came off the thing. I wasn't too worried about that. I have a lot of LSCs. I don't have a lot of embassies. It'd be funny if I could fit an embassy on here. That's completely useless. I don't even know why I'm doing that. I probably should have put embassy on this thing. AD, that's a ticker for I think an alliance that operates nearby. It's kind of like a short name for an alliance that works nearby. I don't know if 2 will fit. I don't think 2 will fit. We'll try it though. Hey, Cirkson, how's it going, man? It's got a pretty good 1v1 with Sea Junkies. There's a Hookbill versus a Comet. Yeah, I didn't think I was going to fit. Okay. Well, that should be enough of a tank to get me through at least one smart bombing. I'd hope. You're on 0-4 now, too? Go team. Awesome, Srixon. Yeah, this is pretty much the big reason why I'm not a huge fan of running around in implanted pods is the reship. The more I let myself get potted with an empty pod, clone, and immediately go back, and I'm immediately back in a ship and heading towards where I want to go, the more I really despise having expensive implants in. But that's kind of the thing. What kind of a thing you do need if you're going to be running around in a bigger ship and trying to be competitive in the small game, in the small ship metagame. You need to be fast. Got to go faster. All right, lads, have a good one, man. Thanks for watching. Yeah, he may need to be taught how to not suck at PvP. Yeah, I can help you with that. I want private lessons. Uh-oh. No, I don't do private stuff. I stream everything. Just kidding, man. Well, jump into my in-game chat channel if you scroll down, Fragbox. That's a great place to go for information to ask people, the PvPers, about PP stuff, for fittings and everything like that. Another pretty good place to go these days, in-game channel to go, is Microgang Help. There's a lot of some of the best PvPers in the game operate this channel. There's some rules in the MOTD that you need to read before you just start spamming the chat. You don't want to spam the chat. But the cool thing about this one, they'll help you out with figuring out PvP, and then most importantly, they'll take you along for some hands-on ganks if you read up on the MOTD and learn what you need to do. Really cool stuff. Really good opportunity there. Aside from that, there's also NPSI fleets. You can join up or just join a PvP corporation, and people will be able to help you out and learn the game. I don't want to go to SSA. I don't want to go to Dix. JJ, this is my signature Tristan fitting. I've conquered galaxies with this Tristan, just because drones are so OP. You don't even need to have drones in your drone ship. They're just that good. It's the threat. The threat is enough to intimidate people into submission. All 23 people in the chat. Kamar, that's not the important aspect of that chat. It's the quality of the people that are in there. I don't know how many of them are, say, European or US prime time. I'm pretty sure there's constantly a presence of dudes in there that either operate the channel or are kind of higher caliber players that can help you out. But my biggest deal with that channel is that there's some really high caliber PvPers in there that will take you along for fleets and expose you to kind of like the really important skills that will make you a good solo PvPer as well as a good microgang PvPer. Oi, Sard, I think another thing that you did in your against the comment, despite TDing him, is the fact that there's 3 drones shooting you. That's true, Falcon Punch. Okay, so here's one thing about that fight, and frigate fights in general. You can shoot the drones, or you can shoot the ship. The drones on a comet contribute a fair amount of DPS, especially at range. It was probably at least half the damage I was taking when I was kiting him at 8 km. But I was still not going to tank him because I was using an ancillary repper that is more of a burst style tank than anything else. Typically, in that style of fight, in frigate 1v1s, it's a better idea to go for the ship than it is to go for the drones. If you're flying in a larger ship, like a cruiser or a battle cruiser or a battleship, going after the vulnerable drone damage output of a drone bonus ship is a good idea. Going after the drone damage of a non-drone bonus ship is usually not a good idea, unless you're running a really heavy active tank. And Sea Junkies also raises the really good point of comets have extra drones. That's also very true. It probably wouldn't help me much to shoot the drones. The blinking lights on the Tristan Ropey, yeah. Yeah. And you get a huge fleet of Tristans going. They blink at the same time, and it's blinding. It's worth it to kill drones if the Comet blaster fit, since the drones are dead, you avoid pretty much all the damage output. Versus Railcom, it's not really worth it. It may be worth it if I was super low on health and I successfully got under his tracking, which I should have done. That's how I would have won that fight if I'd just not panicked. If I was really low on HP, I might kill the drones, but more likely I just kill a ship. There's not a lot of reason to, so yeah. I was wondering, I wouldn't have shot the drones, not what I meant. I'm just suggesting that maybe why the drones come to you was still pretty moderate despite the range was... Oh, yeah. Like I admitted to. With the TD, like the probably as much as half, if not more, of the damage output was from drones, absolutely. So if I were to actually... I think I might still have my logs. Let's see here. Okay, so... about 100 damage volley, and then the drones are doing about 25 damage each. So almost half the damage output is coming from drones at the range we're fighting. Pretty crazy stuff. And that's not normally the case whenever you fight a Comet. It's usually virtually all the damage is coming out of weapons. What is on this Merlin? Is it just like a little travel fit? Yeah, okay. That's the one when I dropped off the Raven, that's right. Oh my goodness, guys. This has been 4 hours. 4 hours of streaming with you guys. I don't know how much fun you guys have been having, but I've been really enjoying myself. I was really surprised. I was really surprised about the Raven. I wasn't expecting the Raven to be as effective as it was. I understand why it was as effective as it was, but still, it's a good sign. And it really kind of makes me think maybe the Barhest and the Typhoon fleet issue might be kind of decent with Rapid Heavies. It makes me want to experiment with it, which is cool. But guys, that's going to be it for me tonight. I don't know if there's another stream I can flick you guys at, but this has been another installment of my scheduled streams. So I have introduced a schedule system to the stream. If you scroll down, one of the first little tiles of information shows the stream schedule that I'm doing. Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific, I'm streaming starting at 6 o'clock. And then I think I have scheduled on there for Sunday at like 10 a.m. Pacific. I think I'm streaming as well. So I'm going to be streaming at least 4 days a week. That's what my promise is. What I'm going to do my damnedest to do. I highly recommend, guys, because my work, sometimes I'm not going to be able to get home at 6. Sometimes there's just stuff going on that I can't take control of, just for the nature of doing consulting work where I'm on call, where I'll have to reschedule stuff. So I highly recommend for you guys, if you're interested in seeing future streams from my person, to go follow me on Twitter. Twitter is probably the best place to find out about stream updates when I'm going live, or if I'm going to have a differently scheduled stream. Another place to look for additional content, if you're interested, is YouTube. There's some highlighted content here on Twitch TV that you can check out, but YouTube is where I'm putting all of my archived past broadcasts. Normally it takes me about 2 weeks. I usually wait 2 weeks. I get like a backlog of streams, and then I take out the music so there's no copyright issues, so you'll always be able to hear the comms and everything, and then I upload them to YouTube. I'm probably going to be changing that to, like, every week I'll be uploading past broadcasts, so we should be getting old content onto YouTube faster. It takes me a bit of time, but if I'm going to be streaming 4 days a week at minimum, the longer I wait, the longer it's going to take for me to render stuff and edit stuff, and that takes a long time. It's not something I really want to hold off on. So it's hard. Looks like Paul Walker a bit. Who's Paul Walker? What's Paul Walker? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Walker. Paul Walker. Whoa! Holy shit! I hope so. I guess I'm a Paul Walker if Paul Walker was losing his hair and if I could actually grow out a beard. I have a really bad beard, so not a huge fan of it when I grow it out. But anyway, guys, what I will do for you dudes is we have a couple other people streaming. I highly recommend you check them out. I don't know how long these guys are going to be streaming. K Extreme, he was actually in the chat for a little bit. He streams usually bigger ship stuff. If you're interested in bigger ship stuff, I highly recommend you go check out K Extreme. I'm going to put this in the chat. Another dude, I highly recommend that you guys check these two people out. At least give them some follows. At least go follow them and check them out into the future. K Extreme and The Darkblade TV. The Darkblade, he's a really chill, really awesome, cool dude that has been streaming Eve for the past couple of weeks. He does a lot of lower SP frigate and destroyer style stuff. Really cool guy. He interacts with the stream. Both K Extreme and Darkblade interact with the stream. I highly recommend you guys check these guys out. So I'm going to take down the stream here in a moment. I'm going to put some Twitch links into the chat. You can check these guys out if you are so inclined. Otherwise, I will see you guys Friday at 6 o'clock. I'll see you then.